Morning, afternoon, and evening to everyone who is here and virtually joining us on our second day of GEEF 2024. Welcome back, and I am Jung-Gil Ko, an associate professor in the College of Computing here at Yonsei University. At Baekhyang Hall, Grand Ballroom A, we will start our day with a very special session that will discuss about the impact of the global burden disease study on achieving the SDGs. This session will be moderated by Professor Jae Shin from the Yonsei University College of Medicine. Professor Shin, the floor is yours.
Good morning. Welcome for joining this great session. It's my honor to moderate this session. I would like to introduce the speakers and panelists today in this session. So, Professor Mohsen Nagavi, he is the director of IHME's Subnational Burden of Disease Estimation, IHME at the University of Washington, and Professor Laura Dwyer-Lindgren, Assistant Professor, Health Metrics Science, IHME at the University of Washington, and Professor Jamila Mahmood. She is Executive Director, Sunway Center for Planetary Health, Sunway University, Malaysia, and Professor Jelim Jo. She is Assistant Professor, Yonsei University of College of Medicine. So, global burden of disease is led by IHME, which is founded in Seattle, also by the core grant of Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation, and leading the epidemiologic estimates of global burden in the world. So this session is to introduce global burden of disease and also the Anthropocene, the recent problem, and the disease burden later. So the first speaker will be Professor Mohsen Nagavi. So he is doing many researches in subnational burden. So because the disease estimates and disease burden will be different even in one country. So Professor Mohsen, please.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Good morning, everybody. My name is Mohsen, and I am professor of the Health Metric Science in University of Washington, and I am very happy that again talking with the friends and colleagues in the Republic of Korea. 2-3 months ago, I was in Korea, and then I had some discussion, and again, I will have some discussion. My suggestion is that anytime that you have question, you can interrupt me and ask your question. Otherwise, in the end, we can answer all the questions. Okay. First, let's see IHME, what is the Institute of Health Metric and Evaluation or in other name, IHME. IHME started in 2007 based on the all of knowledge about the summary measure in the world and global burden of disease that happened before 2007 in WHO, in World Bank, and in Harvard University. We started under the leading of the University of Washington. In other words, we are some part of University of Washington and also supported by the Bill Melinda Gates. We have many partner institutes, lots of partner institutes. Some of them are in Korea, some of them is in Europe, some of them in Asia. And most important thing that in the past, before 2007, everything that happened in the GBD, it was 2, 3, 10, 20% that doing this job. Now it is our institute with more than 10,000, 11,000 collaborators in the many parts of the world. And you can see that in South Korea, in Korean Republic, we have 170 collaborators that helping us for the estimation. In other words, GBD is not some local work. GBD is an international work. Now we have, this is some specification about IHME. We have 466 person in IHME, 31 faculty, 181 paper in 2022, and something in the 200,000 citation in 1 year, and the many details that I don't want to go through that. And let's say in the global burden of disease, what we are doing in global burden of disease, we calculate 371 disease burden. But when we want to calculate disease burden, we have to divide them to the sequela. Sequela is outcome of the any different outcome of the any disease, and it is, and also we calculate 87 risk factor for the 204 country and 22 subnational estimation. For example, in your neighborhood, we calculate Philippines by subnational, we calculate Indonesia by subnational, China, Japan, Russia, US, UK, Poland, many countries, we calculate by subnational. In other words, every time that we run GBD, we run GBD for the 900 location or 900 country. In addition of the GBD, we have many other things in the GBD, same as financing, same as local and small area estimation, future health scenario, burden of antimicrobial resistance, and US health disparity that Professor Laura will talk about that. I will talk about GBD. Okay, what is the GBD? Think about this, that we gathered all of the available data, all available data in the systematic way. And then we will put together this data in the scientific way. And then we calculate health gap for the different disease, injuries, and different cause of health loss. In other words, GBD is a complex of all the available data, adding together in the scientific way, in the collaboration with the international collaborator in the world. Okay. How we calculate, I don't want to go through all the details, but there is 4 components in the burden of disease. First, we want to calculate burden of disease for Republic of Korea. First, we calculate what is the population in Korea by age, by sex, by year. What is the number of deaths in this population? All-cause mortality by age, by sex, by year. And then what is the number of the deaths by cause in the different causes in this population, in this mortality. First, we calculate population. Second, we calculate number of deaths as an envelope. Third, we calculate different deaths due to the different causes. And then we will go to the calculation of non-fatal based on the getting some help from the mortality and including all other data sources, including hospital data, claims data, and then we calculate risk factor, that what is the causes of these diseases. This is not correct, that just we show that what is the problem. We are trying to answer many questions. What is the cause of this problem? And based on that, we calculate that by these causes, how many years we lost due to the premature deaths or due to the disability. Okay, now let's go to the Korea. This is age standardized death rate in Korea. You can see from 929 decreased until 362. Okay, you did very well. And if you look, never number of the deaths, age standardized mortality rate difference between 2 years were positive. All the time were negative, except of the 2020 to 2021, that is increasing due to the COVID. Okay. This is now look to the COVID. I compared COVID deaths between Korea and Japan. And you can see Hokkaido was worse than you. And also Brunei Darussalam was worse than you, but Singapore was better than you. But in 2021, you were bad. Bad means that you had a lots of deaths in comparison with the Japan that is here. Hokkaido now is better than you, but anyway, you are same as Brunei Darussalam. Okay, now let's go and talk a little about the before COVID and after COVID, what happened. This is number of the deaths in 1990, top 20 causes. 1990, your top 20 causes was stroke, ischemic heart disease, stomach cancer, cirrhosis, going down. And in 2019, this number, these causes change to the stroke, Alzheimer, ischemic heart disease, lung cancer, lower respiratory. Did you see that? That stomach cancer going down, you had very good prevention, but self-harm going up. And then after that, this is 2021, you can see that stroke, Alzheimer, lung cancer, self-harm, lower respiratory, liver cancer, and then COVID. Okay, now let's look in this way that, okay, what did you do from 1990? What different government did in your country? Okay. From 1990 until 2021, you increased your life expectancy 11.7 years. That is great. There is no same as this in your region. Singapore is 10 years, Japan is 6 years, Brunei Darussalam is 5 years. And you can see that biggest causes that with the prevention and with the treatment, good treatment and good prevention, you decreased was stroke and the neoplasm and ischemic heart disease and the transport road injury. And then go to the enteric disease. Perfect. You increased a lot your life expectancy, but you lost your life expectancy a little, not a lot, due to the COVID. 0.3 year you lost due to the COVID. Some country lost 4 years. You lost a little, but some country like Japan lost lower than you, and China lost lower than Japan and your country. Then, anyway, there is some distribution. Okay, but we do not look just to the deaths and death number, because usually if we look to the number of the deaths, just all the deaths that happened in the old age, it will go to the top. Then we calculate mortality based on the how many years we lost due to the premature deaths. Then we calculate these with the comparison with the standardized life table. How we calculate a standardized life table? We calculate a standardized life table based on the lowest age-specific mortality rate in the world. Then we this is your life expectancy. Again, you can see this is your life expectancy. You started from 72 and now you are in the 82. Japan started from 76, now they are in the 86. You increased more than Japan, but didn't ask the Japan. And you can see in here, in comparison, in the all area, you are here better than some state in Japan, some prefecture from Japan. But anyway, this is the process that we have. Now let's look to here. Okay, let me move this here. Okay, this is number of the deaths in 2019. Ranked number of deaths in South Korea in 2019. Now we sort this based on the how many years that we lose due to the deaths. It means that any deaths that happen in the younger age will go up. Then your top killer that lose your life expectancy, your life that you have in your country, first is self-harm, suicide. Second, lung cancer, ischemic heart disease, stroke, stomach cancer. Stomach cancer kill the people in the young ages, and also lung cancer. Lung cancer doesn't make difference, but anyway, you can see some causes going up: colorectal cancer, liver cancer, cirrhosis due to the alcohol, breast cancer is going up due to the killing people in the young ages. Okay, and if you want to compare these three countries, that here is Japan, first one, second one is Korea, third one is Singapore, your suicide doesn't make a statistically difference with the Japan, but statistically is much higher than Singapore. Lung cancer, you can see number in the Japan statistically higher than you, and Singapore is lower than you, and go to the all other causes. And look to the COVID. Your COVID, this is 2021, your COVID was higher than Japan, but statistically is same as Singapore. Okay, now you saw that we looked to the number of deaths in your country, we looked to the life expectancy, we looked to this, that how many deaths, how many years by the each deaths, how many years do you lose due to the premature deaths. Now look to the something with the name of the disability. Okay, this is a kid, and you can see it. Sometimes he was sick. For example, here he had diarrhea, here he had road traffic accident, here he had one other problem, here he had diabetes, and then we put together all of these diseases based on the disability, duration of the disability that this person had. In other words, we calculate something with the name of the VLD. VLD is result of prevalence multiplied on the disability rate. I do not have time to go through the all detail. Just you should get something about overall from everything that I am saying. And by the end, YLL that I explained, YLD that now I explained, we put together YLL and YLD and calculate DALYs. DALYs, it means how many years we lost due to the premature deaths and due to the disability. Here is something that for the disability rate that we gathered based on the population-based survey in 2011, and this is some weight between 0 to 1. That 0 is very, very low disability, and 1 is 100% deaths. And okay, this is, and we published. If you want, in Lancet 2012, the paper with the first author is Joshua Solomon. You can read and you can see what is the disability rate. Anyway, let's come back to Korea. Again, here was Korea, number of the deaths, ischemic heart disease, lung cancer, ischemic stroke, blah, blah. This is based on the VLL, how many years we calculate, self-harm, lung cancer, ischemic heart disease, ischemic stroke. This is based on how many years we lose due to the disability. Top one is low back pain. Second one is other musculoskeletal, diabetes, age-related hearing loss, fall, migraine, and this is the final thing that you should look. Your problem in health problem in Korea is low back pain. This is 2019, sorry. Low back pain, diabetes, self-harm, and other musculoskeletal, lung cancer, and going down. Okay, and if you look to the comparison between these three countries, there is no difference between these countries statistically, but there is difference for the self-harm, there is difference for the other musculoskeletal, there is not difference, there is not big difference for the diabetes, but anyway, ischemic heart disease, you can see, is much, much higher in the Singapore, and your number is same as Japan, and same as this for the lung cancer. Okay, then in addition of the YLL, YLD DALYs that we calculate how many percent of the each DALY can be due to the different risk factor. or how many percent of the deaths in liver cancer we can assign to the alcohol? How many percent of the lung cancer in South Korea we can assign to the tobacco? This is attributed values that we calculate based on the risk factor. For this, conceptually is very easy. We calculate prevalence of the risk factor, multiply on the relative risk of the having lung cancer due to the due to the tobacco, or some other thing like ischemic heart disease due to the hypertension. Then we do this process. And here is your situation. This is in 2019. This is in 1990. This is in 2019. Your top risk factor was blood pressure. You decrease this very well with the control of your health system. You are doing a very good job for the checking hypertension in the people, blood pressure, and treat them and control them. But alcohol and tobacco went up because your control is not good or is not possible. I don't want to say that, okay, it's not, you are weak. No, it is very hard to control behavioral risk factor. And third one is high blood glucose that you can see here, and blood pressure, BMI, that you can see. These three problem is coming to your country: smoking, alcohol, and glucose, blood glucose. And then look here, if we sort again country based on the highest burden due to the risk factor, we see that South Korea, same as Japan, has a big, highest risk factor that kill your people is smoking, much higher than Singapore. But alcohol is just for you. Japanese and Singaporean drink alcohol lower than you. Then, in other words, alcohol and tobacco is the big problem in Republic of Korea, and you have to control that in any way. After that is high fasting blood glucose, hypertension, particulate matter, air pollution, high body mass index, and other. But if sometimes your minister asks you, okay, what I have to do? Answer is very clear: tobacco, alcohol, and high fasting blood glucose. These are three important interventions. If minister wanted more detail, you can go through the GVT Compare in the online that is accessible for everybody in the internet, and show to him that what he has to do. Thank you so much. I hope that if there is any question, I can answer all of your questions and use your comment in our future work. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Your nice presentation on the what is global burden of disease and the changes of disease burden during the 30 years in South Korea. We'll discuss later at the end of our session together Okay, so next presentation speaker is Laura Dwyer Lindgren. So she will talk on the disease burden in United States. Laura, please.
Thank you. I'm really excited to be speaking with all of you this morning. Thank you very much to the organizers for the invitation, and also to Professor Mosen for setting up a lot of this talk. So I'm going to be talking about one particular part of the GBD, one of the many parts that Professor Mosen had mentioned, specifically focusing on US health disparities. So this is part of a broader project, and the goal of this US Health Disparities Project is to estimate the burden of disease and health disparities in the US at the county level and stratified by racial and ethnic group. And it uses the same overall framework and conceptual approach as the GBD. So many of the things that Professor Mosen had just mentioned. So we're focusing on all aspects of health loss. That includes fatal health loss and non-fatal health loss and risks. We're looking at a lot of different metrics, so not just deaths, but also years of life lost, not just incidence and prevalence, but also YLDs. We're considering quite a wide range of health conditions, not everything that the GBD considers, but a pretty substantial fraction, and based on the list of causes that the GBD considers, and similarly with risk factors. And this particular project and part of the GBD is a collaboration between IHME and the National Institute on Minority Health and Health Disparities, or NIMHD, which is part of the US National Institutes of Health. Specifically today, I'm going to focus on just one of those major components from the GBD. So this corresponds roughly to the first two boxes in the key component slide from Mosen's presentation. And so this will be talking about fatal disease burden and looking primarily at life expectancy and cause-specific mortality in the US. And to give you a slightly better idea of the dimensions of the analysis in this particular case, we're doing this analysis at the county level. That's what the map on this slide shows. There are approximately 3,100 counties in the United States. We are stratifying this analysis by race and ethnicity. If you're not familiar, these are, properly speaking, two different concepts. So ethnicity in the US refers to whether or not somebody has Hispanic or Latino ethnicity. And then race refers to if they are white, Black, Asian, Pacific Islander, or American Indian or Alaska Native. We combine those things. So anybody who has Hispanic or Latino ethnicity, regardless of their race, is in the Latino group in our analysis. And then people who are not Hispanic or Latino are in one of four other groups. We combine the Asian and Pacific Islander group for some technical reasons, but that group is nearly all Asians. And so we refer to that group as Asian since the estimates primarily represent that group. So we have these 5 racial and ethnic groups. We have 20 years in the analysis currently, so it's from 2000 to 2019. We are presently working on expanding this to the COVID era, but for the moment I'll be focusing on pre-COVID. And for causes of death, we considered 176 causes of death. One thing I want to just stop and explain at this point is a little bit of motivation about why we're doing this at the county level and why we're doing this by race and ethnicity. So the US is a big place, 300-odd million people living here, and there's a lot of variation in health outcomes within the US. And you can see that at the state level, and the GBD, the main GBD, I should say, estimates at the state level, and you see really substantial differences at the state level. And work that we have done previously and that others have done previously shows that even within states, there's a huge amount of variation among counties, which is the next level down. So that's really the motivation for looking at this at the county level. If you only have one number for the entire US population, you're probably missing quite a bit of variation. And then in terms of race and ethnicity, for historical reasons related to colonialism and the history of slavery, and for contemporary reasons related to people's experience of racism, there are very, very large disparities in health outcomes between the 5 groups that I've listed here. And plausibly, the size of those disparities varies, again, spatially. And so crossing here and looking at this at the county level and at the same time by race and ethnicity, we think is worthwhile to study sort of the intersection between place-based disparities and racial and ethnic disparities. I'm not going to talk a ton about methods, but I do want to describe the data sources that we used for this part of the analysis, so you have a sense of sort of where this is originating from. So sort of the two key things, if you want to estimate any measure of fatal health loss, are deaths and population. So the deaths data comes from death certificates. There is something called the National Vital Statistics System in the US that's essentially a collaborative process among all the different states and ultimately results in a compilation of all death certificates for people who die within the US. And then you also need to know the population, which gives you sort of the denominator when calculating mortality rates. And we are lucky to be able to use population estimates at the county level directly from the US Census Bureau and from the National Center for Health Statistics. Our statistical models also use a few other pieces of information in the form of covariates. This is sort of your typical sociodemographic variables, things like the poverty rate, income, educational attainment, and so on. This comes from a lot of different sources, but the big ones are from the US Decennial Census and then something called the American Community Survey, which is an annual 1% sample of the US population. And then this is really specific to this analysis, but when race and ethnicity are recorded on death certificates in the United States, they're recorded by somebody else since you cannot self-report on your death certificate, and sometimes they're reported incorrectly. And that creates a disconnect between the population estimates and the death estimates. And so these misclassification ratios that we're borrowing from previous publication are a mechanism for correcting for that disconnect. So I'm going to give you kind of a sample of the results from this analysis so far, starting with life expectancy. So the plot here shows estimates at the national level of life expectancy from 2000 to 2019. And if you look at the gray line with the upward facing triangles, that shows the overall trend in life expectancy in the US over this period. And then each of the other lines shows the trend in life expectancy for each one of these 5 racial and ethnic groups. So life expectancy in the US is relatively high on a global scale. However, progress in terms of improving life expectancy in the US has been extremely lackluster for a few decades now. And you got to keep in mind too that this is before COVID. Things obviously got worse in the last few years. But you can see if you look at the gray line that there was a little bit of an increase in life expectancy between 2000 and 2010, but then it basically just leveled out between 2010 and 2019. And then when you look at the lines for all of the other racial and ethnic groups, you'll see that the difference in life expectancy, both at the beginning of the period and at the end of the period, are very, very large. So compared to the total population, the life expectancy in the white population is pretty similar, which makes sense because the white population is the majority group. But life expectancy in the Black population is substantially less, several years less. But life expectancy in the American Indian Alaska Native population, which is abbreviated as AIAN here, even less than in the Black population. And then conversely, life expectancy among Latino people and among Asian people in the US is quite a bit higher, both than the overall average and then also for the white population. You can see too that the trends have been a little bit different over time. So some of these gaps between different groups have changed in magnitude over time. Now, it's tricky to show that same kind of view, but at the county level at the same time. So I'm switching to a map view. And now I'm showing just life expectancy in 2019. So nothing about change, but just about sort of a snapshot of the disparities, both across location as well as across racial and ethnic group at the same time. So kind of the key things to note here is that if you look at the color scale, the reds and the oranges are places and populations where life expectancy was typically lower. And then the greens and blues are places and populations where life expectancy was typically higher. And on average, you see comparing across the maps, which show the different racial and ethnic groups, the same kind of gaps that you saw in the previous slide. So for example, there's much more orange and red in the map for the Black population, for the AIM population, and there's much more blue and green, particularly in the map for the Asian population. However, the other thing that you'll notice, on all of these maps is that there is a lot of variation among counties, and that's true even when you limit to one single racial and ethnic group. So if you look in the bottom right, that shows just the estimates for the total population in each county. You can see there's a multi-decade difference in life expectancy, depending on where you're sitting. And that's also true within just the white population or within just the Latino population and so on. This slide has the same layout as the previous one, but now it's looking at the change in life expectancy over the period from 2000 to 2019. And anywhere on this map that is in blue or green is a population and a location where life expectancy increased, and anywhere that's in pink and purple is a decrease in life expectancy. And so you can see here that for some populations, let's say for the Black population, life expectancy increased pretty much everywhere in the US over this period, which is a good thing. But the size of those increases were really variable. So you have places where the increases were, a decade or more, and then places where the increases were much more moderate. In contrast, if you look at the map for the white population, or particularly for the Latino or AIM population, there's actually quite a few places where life expectancy decreased over this period. And again, you have to remember this is before COVID. So the fact that life expectancy decreased, and in some cases decreased by quite a lot, is really rather remarkable. The other way to view this is to think about what the racial and ethnic disparity is within a county. So we do this by comparing primarily to the white population. That's again because the white population is the largest numerically, and so it's the one where we can have kind of the most stable set of comparisons. And you can see from these maps, now anywhere that's in purple is a place where life expectancy is higher compared to the white population living in the same county. So for the Asian population, which is the map in the upper right, life expectancy is higher compared to the white population almost everywhere outside of the state of Hawaii. And for the Latino population, something similar is true. Life expectancy for the Latino population is higher in most places, but there's actually a big chunk of counties in the American Southwest and in Texas and again in Hawaii where the reverse is true. And then conversely, for the American Indian, Alaska Native, and the Black population, you'll see that most counties follow the national trend, which is lower life expectancy for these groups compared to the white population. But there are some exceptions, and there's also, again, a huge amount of variability in the actual size of the disparities. So there's places where these disparities still exist, but are much smaller, and there's places where these disparities are actually much larger than what you see nationally. And then moving on from life expectancy, I want to talk a little bit about cause-specific mortality. So moving into the second sort of key box from Professor Mosen's slides. So the layout here is again going back to looking first at the national trends. This is national trends in age standardized mortality. And the upper left panel shows all-cause mortality. So this is essentially just the reverse of what we saw for life expectancy. And then each of the subsequent panels is for a different cause of death. This is from level 2 of the GBD cause hierarchies. These are kind of larger groupings of different causes of death. And the different colors, again, indicate different racial and ethnic groups. So if you look at life expectancy, you see, again, just the reverse of the pattern that we saw for, if you look at all-cause mortality, you see the reverse of the pattern we saw for life expectancy, where now the Black and the American Indian population have the highest mortality. The Latino and the Asian population have the lowest mortality. The white population is somewhat intermediate. And you can see if you look across different causes that there's frequently a similar ordering. Sometimes the Black population and the American Indian population swap, occasionally the Asian population and the Latino population swap, but usually there's sort of this discrepancy and it follows a somewhat similar pattern. There's a handful of causes where there are exceptions. So for example, for chronic respiratory diseases, the white population has substantially higher mortality than the Black population, likely as a result of differences in tobacco use. And then there's some causes where just one group is at such an extreme disadvantage compared to other groups. So you can see that, for example, for HIV, where mortality for the Black population is just so much higher than it is for any other population. And you can see something similar for the AIN population, for example, for digestive diseases as well as for transport injuries. But a lot of different variations to some extent on the same theme, but particular stuff going on for each cause of death. This is the same layout, so we still have all-cause mortality in the upper left corner, and then all of the level 2 causes sort of arrayed out after that, but now focusing on the disparities that are based on place. And so here what the map shows is the rate ratio. So it's the county mortality rate divided by the national mortality rate for the same cause. And this puts everything on the same scale. So any part of the map where you see an orange color, that is a county where for that particular cause mortality is higher than the national level, and increasingly so as you get into the darker oranges and browns. And then anywhere that's purple is a county where mortality for that particular cause of death is lower than the national mortality rate. So again, if I can draw your attention to the upper left, where we're looking at all-cause mortality, sort of similar to what I was describing for racial and ethnic disparities, there is sort of a general pattern. So for example, mortality tends to be elevated in a big chunk of the southeastern part of the US and in certain parts of the West as well. And then tends to be lower in the North and the Northeast in certain parts of the West. And you see a somewhat similar spatial pattern for a lot of causes. So neoplasms is very similar, cardiovascular diseases is very similar. You know, a lot of others are sort of partially similar. Diabetes is a good example of that. But then you also see some causes that have just dramatically different spatial patterns. So transport injuries is a really good example that has a very, very strong urban-rural gradient. Unintentional injuries is another good example with a really different spatial pattern. And then HIV is an interesting example because it has a somewhat different spatial pattern, but it also has just a massive degree of spatial inequality. So you have these very, very dark purples, which are places where there's very, very little mortality due to HIV. And then you have these quite dark oranges and browns, which are places where there's actually quite a sizable amount of HIV mortality. But again, highlighting that depending on where you live, your experience of what causes people to die is quite different in the US. And also that varies by cause of death, which you know, I think underscores the utility of looking at this by cause. It's quite difficult, as I said before, to look at county and race ethnicity and multiple causes at the same time. So instead of attempting to do that, I'm going to show just one cause, but showing both county and race ethnicity at the same time. And I'm showing HIV because, as I highlighted on the previous two slides, HIV is interesting in that there's a huge amount of disparity between racial and ethnic groups. There's also a huge amount of disparity spatially. And you can see here that that's partly mutually reinforcing. So the Black population, which has the highest mortality rate nationally and also in almost every county, has really extremely high mortality, in particular in Florida and Georgia and other parts of the Southeast. And you can see that that region stands out because it's also a region that other racial and ethnic groups have elevated mortality, although nowhere to near the same extent. I'm going to take the opportunity real quick to point to our visualization tool. It's one of many visualization tools that the GBD has, but this one focuses on US health. It's called the US Health Map, and I've shown the URL there, but if you just Google US Health Map, it should be the first thing that comes up. And this gives you a chance to look at sort of all of the results that we've published thus far from these analyses. You can swap different causes, different ages, different sexes, and so on, and allows you to sort of dig into any particular area that is of interest. So a couple things I want to summarize just from the findings of this analysis thus far. You know, the big thing is that disparities are the norm, not the exception. And I mean that in a couple of different ways. So for every cause of death, we see racial and ethnic disparities. For every cause of death, we see geographic disparities. In every location, we see racial and ethnic disparities. And for every racial and ethnic group, we see place-based disparities. So you really just can't get away from that in the US. There's nothing really even approaching equality for the most part. When you look across different causes of death, there are some common themes that I had highlighted. So mortality is very often highest among the AIN and Black populations. It's very often the lowest among the Asian and Latino populations. There's also certain regions, such as the Southeast and Appalachia, that have relatively high mortality across a pretty wide range of causes. And then you see that reflected in life expectancy values as well. But nonetheless, there's a lot of variations on these themes, and there's also plenty of exceptions, which again underscores the necessity of looking at this, not just in terms of all-cause mortality or life expectancy, but also in terms of causes of death. And then finally, considering location, in our case, county, at the same time as race and ethnicity reveals patterns that are not apparent when you're considering location and race ethnicity separately. And so we think that doing it this way and crossing these two features potentially provides the opportunity for new insights, further research, and ultimately we hope for action. So I'll end there and say thank you again for allowing me to speak. I look forward to the remaining presentations and the discussion.
Thank you so much for your wonderful lecture for ethnic disparities in life expectancy and mortality in the United States. Okay, so we'll discuss later. Okay, and the next presentation of mine, could you show the slide? I would like to show some examples of a GBD study in our country, but because Professor Mosen already told us the important changes in our country, I will just briefly show the background and situations in South Korea. Yeah, this was recent publication of Lancet Public Health and the population health outcome in South Korea and projections up to 2040, a systematic analysis of GBD study in 2019. South Korea, as you know, has several unique national characteristics. For example, a highly urbanized country. Over 80% of 52 million inhabitants reside in urban area, 50% in Seoul, capital area. And as you know, there was a rapid economic growth. For example, our country was the poorest in the world at the end of Korean War in 1953, but now the 10th highest gross domestic product in the world. In addition, there was a change in health coverage from private voluntary health insurance to government-mandated universal health coverage. So the National Health Insurance Service was founded in 2000, and by 2006, 96% of South Koreans had national health insurance. Only 4 were medical aid. So universal health insurance has improved the healthcare accessibility for all South Koreans. For example, highest number of healthcare-related consultations per citizen, for example, 17 times a year. In OECD countries, mean was 6, so very high. So South Korea is the first for average number of in-person doctor consultation per person. The next is Japan, and the other is European, mostly European countries. So, however, the situation of South Korea is funding for national health insurance services expected to decrease due to the reductions in South Korea's working age population. So cumulative reserves will run out soon. So another problem is the increasing burden of non-communicable diseases among older people drives up healthcare cost. So that is the real problem. So to meet this need, detailed analysis of the nation's epidemic shift is important. The previous research demonstrated the burden of disease in Korean population, but detailed analysis has not been done. So the current research was using the global burden of disease study. We estimate the disease burden in South Korea. So we also analyzed the mortality rate attributable to population risk factors and disease burden and male to female ratio, and we forecasted this estimate for leading causes of years of life lost to 2040. So the data was already shown by Professor Mosen already. So age standardized DALI was declined during the past 30 years, and this is the greatest decline in the world. So trends in age standardized deaths and DALI compared to the global, more rapid decline in Korea. So death rate, this was already shown by Professor Mosen, DALI. So I will skip the slides. This is the 30 leading causes of death in South Korea compared to other countries, and death is attributable to level 2 risk factors in South Korea. So in male, the problem is, the first is tobacco. In females, high systolic blood pressure. So this is the leading 20 causes of age standard years of life loss rate in the 2040 forecast for males in South Korea. And the first is the liver cancer, and the self-harm is the second. So in females, Alzheimer's disease is the first, and the self-harm is still the problem. So summary of our works is showed the landscape of the changes and the disease burden in the Korea. So our research can be used to inform national level policy responses and provide insight for nations sharing similar features with South Korea, because there are many Asian countries shows rapid economic growth, and this may be the example in the future. Okay, so I would like to just share that the health-related SDGs are summarized in this tool is developed by IHME, and this was published in Lancet. You can search this. If you put your country, you can find health-related SDGs. Thank you for your attention. Okay, the next speaker will be Jamila Mahmood. Okay, she will talk on the Anthropocene, which is the real threat in global health. Okay, Professor Jamila, please.
Thank you very much. Annyeonghaseyo, good morning, everyone. So I'm going to now go the exact opposite direction and really look at big picture data on what are the global health risks in this age of Anthropocene. The Anthropocene is really highly debated right now, but it is basically saying that a lot of the changes that are happening are man-made because of human behaviors. Now, this all came out looking at the planetary health boundaries, which for those who were at my lecture yesterday, that if we know that the health of people is very much dependent on the health of the planet, then what are the boundaries, what are the scientific measurements that one must make or can make to know whether we are in a safe zone? Johan Rockström and his other scientists in 2009 described the planetary boundaries, which has led him to win the Tyler Prize recently. And for those who have Netflix, I really highly recommend watching this documentary called Breaking Boundaries, very beautifully narrated by Sir David Attenborough, which talks in detail about the planetary boundaries in a really nice storytelling, compelling way. But in summary, there are 9 things that ascertain whether we are in a safe zone or not. 8 of them can be directly measured, but 1 of them, there are proxy indicators. Now, if we are going to be in the green, the safe zone, we need to remain in the green and safe zone so that we will be healthy. Unfortunately, as of end of last year, we have crossed 6 out of the 8 measurable planetary boundaries. So this is very, very alarming. I will tell you why it's alarming, because if you look at the global risk to humanity, or to all of us, this is from the World Economic Forum Global Risk Report, and it's a perception survey, right, asking people. You will see that in the next 2 years, what people worry most about is misinformation and disinformation. And you know that WHO even called this infodemic, you remember, an epidemic of misinformation, particularly during the COVID pandemic, and all sorts of things were being spread, particularly through social media. And this has detrimental effects to many things, not just in terms of health, but also other things as well, economy, politics, and so forth. Now, extreme weather events are number 2, and this is where I will also focus on a little bit more. But if you look at the next 10 years, you will see this list is almost turned upside down. You will see that, for example, economic weather events, changes to Earth systems, what I mentioned in the planetary boundaries, biodiversity loss also in the planetary boundaries, natural resource shortages also in the planetary boundaries are all going to be the number 1 risk. Now, how does that relate then? So you will see that our current risk landscape is dominated by environmental risks, and this is something we have to think about a lot. And as health professionals, as a health community, why is this important? Because the United Nations Development Programme in 2022 came out with the Human Development Report, and what it showed, for the first time, all countries in the world showed a decline, almost all countries in the world showed a decline in our health indicators. And partly from COVID, but also it seems to be persisting. Now, every day we face uncertainty in life. For people who are poor, uncertainty whether they'll be able to feed their family, for people in conflict, whether they will survive the night. And for us, maybe the uncertainty of whether there will be horrible traffic going home, or whether there's going to be heavy rain or flash floods, right? But there are three other very, very big uncertainties that lead us to live now in what is called an uncertainty complex. And the first is the dangerous planetary change of the Anthropocene, what I mentioned earlier at the start of my intervention. The second is pursuit of sweeping societal transformations, things happening, suddenly, things change, but the rate at which it changes is amazing. Conflict, first in Ukraine, then in Gaza, and all sorts of other challenges we face. Widespread, intensifying polarization, racism, a lot of issues, geopolitical tensions, and so forth. So I always remind everyone, especially health personnel, because sometimes we don't realize that the determinants of health are not entirely in the health complex, as wonderfully shown by the previous presentations. It is about social and environmental factors, tobacco, alcohol, our diet. It is also, a result of behaviors, what we eat, how we choose to live, and also environmental factors, which are extremely important. So 75% of the determinants of health are outside the medical care complex. And I think this is something very important to remind ourselves, because I think sometimes when we are educated in medical school, we're not taught this, right? We tend to be very clinical in our approach to medicine, whereas we realize that, that this is why public health is very important. There are many other factors that determine whether we are healthy or not. The little chart on the right is a little bit of work I did in Malaysia, looking at, what interventions actually will cause better health outcomes. And it really is the prevention and promotion and environmental and social and behavioral interventions, which will account for 67% better outcomes rather than therapeutic interventions. So planetary health emerged because doctors like myself, many other public health physicians, came together to say it's not enough to just look at public health. We've missed a big component of one of the drivers of health, that is environment and the planet's health and biodiversity loss, because all that has implications on our food systems, on water and other things. So it's really a framework, a way of working, a way of thinking that addresses the interconnectedness of people and the planet and the growing anthropogenic nature of disasters that will impact our health and our survival. So really, this very important piece of work, that was part of the Lancet Commission on Health in the Age of the Anthropocene, led to a movement of planetary health. I'm part of that movement. The headquarters of the Planetary Health Alliance is based at Johns Hopkins University. Now, this is a very interesting representation. I'll walk you through it very, very quickly. I talked a lot about the planetary boundaries, what will happen, and so forth. And you look at the climate hazards, right? How does that impact health? And, if you look at wildfires, why do wildfires happen? Or you look at heat waves that lead to droughts, that lead to wildfires. But the landscape change that is related to that is really about deforestation, desertification, it's getting drier, reduced water availability, soil degradation. And similarly, if you look at storms and seawater level rise and floods, all those, there are health determinants as well. I know that Associate Professor will talk about particulate matter and pollution, so I won't delve on that. But increased temperature, water scarcity, poor hygiene, so for all these are health determinants. But the health outcomes are quite stark. Respiratory disease as a result of pollution, cardiovascular disease as well, infectious diseases, malnutrition, heat-related diseases. And underpinning on all this is mental health. I think we don't talk enough about the stresses to mental health, particularly from climate change. Climate anxiety is now getting to be really quite a serious problem. In lots of research being done with young people, a lot of them saying we don't want to have children, we're depressed, we don't think the world is a good place to live for young people. If you have time, there's a wonderful book called Generation Dread, written by Dr. Britt Ray from Stanford, which addresses young people's challenges with climate change. So disasters itself, we're seeing more flash floods, we're seeing more heat waves, all sorts of other disasters. All this have direct implications on health, and whether it's floods in the Middle East, flash floods which never really happened before, and even in my country, Malaysia, we are seeing a lot more floods happening more than before, and of course droughts in sub-Saharan Africa. This is a major problem when it does affect food production, nutrition, and so on and so forth. So, infectious diseases. We know, for example, right now we have challenges with tropical diseases moving to cooler climates. You are seeing dengue now in the US, you're seeing malaria, we're seeing new forms of climate-sensitive malaria. We're also knowing that the glacial melts that are happening are releasing thousands of microbes. We have no idea what kind of diseases will come in the future. But let's also look at the immense strain on global healthcare systems. It will lead to 14.5 million deaths and 12.5 trillion economic losses by 2050. Now, heat waves itself will lead to 7.1 trillion of estimated economic loss, and as well as flooding will cause more than 8 million deaths. These are what we call the 10 must-haves. What do we have to do to make sure that we try to put in some kind of control so that we don't exceed 1.5 degrees, so we don't go into this spiral of climate change and health pressures? And these are 10 things that have come up by a group of people led by Arizona State University, Johan Rockström, and so forth, and I'm also involved in this. And if you look at it carefully, what it requires is good governance at national, local, global governance. And until and unless we have those shifts in governance, it's important. And this is why planetary health is a multi-systems shift approach, which means we have to change our behaviors, our mindset, to make sure that we break those silos in health and look at how economic, social, behavioral, environmental factors must now be brought together to determine the outcomes in health for humanity. I end with this quote from Tedros and colleagues. These are part of the COP28 outcomes. For the first time, we've had 28 COPs, and for the first time last year, health was included. It's a huge achievement to be able to put health on the table, but very, very late. And as Tedros mentioned, climate change is one of our biggest health threats, and humanity faces a staggering toll unless we act. So I'm going to just end with, again, showing that we will be having a meeting in Malaysia 16 to 19th April. It's a global meeting. We have some scholarships for low, middle income countries, so if you're interested, please look it up. It's a wonderful opportunity. We're bringing in private sector, government, civil society, academics, researchers, and the health fraternity to really look at, okay, we know the evidence now, how do we act? And I think we don't have much time. We have to stop talking just about the facts and the evidence. We have an emergency in our hands. We need to act. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for your insightful lecture on planetary health, which is the more broader scope. So many diseases will be affected by this Anthropocene, so it will be a real threat, and we should prepare. And there should be many actions for this in the future. Because due to time limit, so the Professor Jelin Jo, could you talk on the brief summary for this session and your remarks or your comments.
Okay, thank you, Professor Shin. Thank you, professors, for your informative and insightful presentations. I could get some insights into specific health problems in South Korea we are facing. And this session is very interesting to me because I have done a study to estimate burden of mental health problems in children and adolescents in South Korea attributable to air pollution. So we've done a study regarding the burden of mental health problems and attributable to air pollution, and we calculated population attributable reflection. The level was about 10%, which means that if we reduce air pollution levels below the WHO's guideline, then we can prevent 10% of mental health problems, including ADHD, autism, and depression in children and adolescents. This is very, I think this level is very striking. I think this is not small. Yeah, this study is under review. And actually, I have a little bit of question, and do we have time? Okay.
Yes, you can.
Yeah.
One question.
I think it is getting more difficult to not just estimate, predict disease burden because of various unexpected global health crises, including COVID-19, global pandemic, and climate change as well. So I could get some advice from professors and experts about how we can deal with this uncertainty to predict disease burden.
Professor Mosen or Professor Laura, could you answer?
Sorry, say that again, your question, maybe I lost.
Oh, okay.
I think you raised a really important point, and thank you for sharing that research. I would love to follow up with you on this, because I think air pollution, WHO estimates about 8 million premature deaths per year from air pollution, and it's fascinating that you're sharing this data on children, because it's also leading to all sorts of things, including Alzheimer's disease, as well as infertility. Now, your question on the uncertainty and therefore what kind of diseases will happen, I think what was shared by our friends from IHME is so critical. You will see that many of those leading causes of deaths are actually behavioral in nature, and that, until and unless we get to the neuroscience, and this is my self-criticism as a medical doctor as well, because our education in health has not moved forward in a rapidly changing world. How many of you in this audience are actually doctors or medical students? No? Okay, never
Some.
mind. Yeah. Well, I graduated in 1986 as a medical doctor, right? And I knew a little bit about greenhouse gases. I studied public health, but there was no mention on climate change. And in 1986, we already knew. Carl Sagan and others had already started talking about it. This is 2024. And only 15% of medical schools still have any mention on climate change. So how do you talk to your patients? How do you change behaviors when you yourself are not educated? And that, 5% of global greenhouse gas emissions are from the health sector. So I'll give you an example. In UK, north of UK, they call it social prescribing, where instead of giving hypertensive medicine, they start talking to the patients to say, I'm going to give you a week of medical leave for you to start doing more walking. Go into the dales and walk, so that you start triggering behavioral change and not just a drug therapy as well. I say this because I think for us to be prepared for the future burden of disease, we need to change the way we look at health and the way we look at how we treat people, because behavioral change is so difficult. you know, it's easy to dispense drugs. It's so hard to get people to change how they behave. So ultimately, if you're talking about the uncertainty, unless every single one of us change the way we consume, the way we live, the way we react with our environment, the way our economic development happens, then we will see the burden of disease changing very rapidly.
Thank you for this great discussion.
I want to add 2 points to this discussion. Unfortunately, we are talking about 7 billion people or 8 billion people. These 7 billion or 8 billion people cannot give this type of advice that instead of the treatment of the hypertension, you should go 1 month for walking or 1 week. We have something in front of us that is situation that we have to survive in this situation and the situation that will happen. Everything that will happen is not only our task, but is most important is task of the government. We have to rely to the government, not rely to the poor people that they cannot treat themselves with the blood pressure treatment. This is big problem. We have to look to this process very realistic. We have our situation that is worse and worse, and the situation that we will have that maybe will be worse than now. But we cannot bring solution for the next year after 10 years to this year. I need now. I need now to fix my hypertension. Then please be careful. Uncertainty that we calculate around the disease is for this year, for the past, not for the future in the burden of disease. But in the forecasting, they have their own uncertainty that comes from the different scenario that they are using and different estimation that they are doing. Please be careful about this type of discussion. Task of future, problem of future, we have to start now, but by the governments. $billion government produce carbon monoxide and send to the air. Yeah. This is not a problem of the poor people or our patient in the clinic. This is problem of the government and people that make money from this carbon monoxide that they send to the sky. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much for your comments. Because time is over, so we should close this session. And thank you so much for the speakers and panelists and attendants. Thank you. Have a great day.
Thank you. Bye.
Okay, so thank you for the inspiring session. It was a great, enthusiastic discussion. We'll take I'll say a 7-minute break, and we'll return at 10:55, which is 5 minutes after what we originally scheduled for. Thank you. Okay, welcome back, everyone. Our next session will discuss about the role of artificial intelligence, technologies, and their social impact on SDGs. As a computer scientist myself, I think this will be a very, very interesting session. And this session will be led by Professor Ki-Yeon Lee, Associate Professor at the Underwood International College here at Yonsei University. Professor Lee, we're all ready and eager for the panel.
Thank you. So the whole session will be.
Yeah, the whole session will be in Korean. Yes.
Thank you. 안녕하세요.
Good morning. Welcome to AI for Better Engagement and Empowerment on UN SDGs. Welcome. I feel a bit nervous today. For this session, we will be discussing the thoughts that we need for the coexistence of AI and humans. We have invited young academics and young entrepreneurs for this session. And so from that perspective, we will take a look at what we need to consider as a society for AI. In particular, related to education and work. One of our young academic is myself. I am igee. Currently, I am an associate professor at the Undergraduate International College at Yonsei University, and I teach creative technology management. So mainly computer programming, literacy, and business data and machine learning. Recently, I have been studying how to instruct computers using language. And so I wish to create ethical AI. So that brings me to the end of my own introduction. Next is another young scholar, Dr. Sa. Would you like to introduce yourself? I am from Seogang University, and my name is Ha Young-jun. Currently, I am teaching media and entertainment at Seogang University. And so I would like to talk about my perspective of AI from that perspective. I'm sure that many of you are here today because AI is in the limelight and many people are considering AI and many people wish to work on AI because our MC today is also a professor of computer science. I actually studied industrial engineering, but I also wanted to study social sciences, and so my doctorate degree is on media and information studies. Currently, the field of research for me is media technology, including AI, but it's about the impact of media on individuals, societies, and groups. It's an honor for me to participate in this panel. Thank you very much. We have next a young entrepreneur, Mr. Seok. I am currently the CEO of Constrax, which is a social media network. The service that I am creating and the vision that we have at Constrax is to enable and facilitate relations between people using AI. So however developed technology is, interpersonal relations is always difficult. And so we wish to provide services for these aspects using AI. And we are currently developing our app, and I am managing Constrax. And I worked with unstructured data in my studies, and I researched areas to create value with unstructured data. Before I became an entrepreneur, I worked on digital transformation for different companies around the world. For example, digitizing work that was not digital in the past, and also to create assets out of their digital transformation. So I was a consultant before I became an entrepreneur, and based on my expertise, I would like to share with you how people should accept AI to create synergy effects in their education and work. I am here in the company of many prestigious professors, so it's an honor for me. Thank you. Thank you very much. Next, last but not least, we have another young scholar, Professor Yu Sang-seok. Good morning. I am teaching at the Business School of Seonggyungwan University, and I am teaching various business systems. For my doctorate degree, I researched robot and human collaboration. Most of my research is focused on utilizing AI and robots so that they can collaborate with humans to create social and economic value. And when there is a collaboration between robots and humans, what are the socio and psychological impacts? That is what I am researching. Most of the research that I am conducting seems to be very interesting, but at times quite scary. Because before I jumped into this field of research, I always thought that I was an optimistic futurist. But the more I research this area, the more I can see that we cannot be just optimistic about future technologies. And so at this panel, I would like to take this opportunity to discuss humans, robots, and AI. And when robots and AI become an inevitable part of our society, what are the changes that we will be experiencing, and how should we respond to these changes? Rather than trying to provide you with answers, I would like to share with you my thoughts and also provide questions as food for thought. It's an honor for me to be a part of this panel. Thank you. Thank you very much. So you can see that everyone on the panel today are not people who continued their areas of studies that was the same as their undergraduate studies. So they continued to try and find their path. And so during this panel, you will be able to see various perspectives. And in terms of the relations between humans and AI, collaboration, education, and work, these are the areas that we can provide different perspectives for in order to better your understanding. In this era of human and AI coexistence, what are the aspects that we need to think about in terms of education and work? And if we can find some answers, what would those answers be? Let us start with Professor Yu Sang-sak or Professor Sa-Young-jun.
사실 이제 이
When we think about, we probably all knew that we would be talking about education and work. And I've written down what I'd like to say on my smartphone. So I hope that you won't mind if I refer to what I've written down on my phone. In terms of education, I think that AI, in terms of creativity, will AI promote creativity or limit creativity? That was what I wanted to think about. And I wanted to think about this from two perspectives. First of all, well, AI is increasingly advancing, especially generative AI. Technology is continuously being developed, and now content's development costs are dropping to almost zero. You've probably used a lot of these AI programs. If you give examples or orders, you will be able to see a lot of good outcomes coming out from these AI-based apps. But Herbert Simon, a scholar, once said, bounded rationality. He talked about this in the past. And from that perspective, you can say that humans are rational beings, and we always, rather than pursuing the most optimal outcome, we stop at what we can just be satisfied with at a certain level. So it's not because we're lazy, it's just because we're that type of being. So once AI produces something that we can be satisfied with, will we be just staying at that level and be satisfied, or will we be pursuing more? So in the long-term perspective, will humans' production or the outcomes that we can generate be limited because we utilize AI? So will AI limit our potential going forward? And also, there is the possibility that we can exponentially produce things by utilizing AI. What I am concerned about is that in the future, as these contents are increasingly produced, we will be having to screen these contents, and there might be a lot of costs associated with this screening process. So if we think about education for our future generation, we will have to, of course, enable them to learn how to work with AI, but at the same time have the eye to really screen the AI contents of quality. So there has to be this critical thinking ability that the future generation will need to have. And number two, in terms of the technical side of AI, of course, at the core of AI, there is data, and you probably all know this, but data basically is something that we have collected. So from some sense, we can say that AI actually is using what already exists and generates an outcome based on the data that already existed. So it's based on statistics in some sense. So it's mathematical statistics. What's the statistics of AI creating something based on what you already have? I talked about the bound rationality, and it's related to this. So I call this the bounded unpredictability. But when you use AI and you try to come up with a creative product, or when you engage in creative activities, this unpredictable side actually goes down. A lot of the creative people, if you look at them, you will find that their actions or the trajectory of their life, this unpredictability plays a very important role, especially in the world of arts, for example, or in science. So as AI continuously play an important role in our lives, I think that in the field of arts and science, we really have to think about how we are going to evaluate the talents in these fields and how we're going to foster these talents. And also, when it comes to the qualities that these talents have to have, we have to think about how we are going to nurture these talents in these people, in these fields. Thank you. Yes, thank you very much, Professor Yu. And now let us go on to Dr. Seo Gi-soo, if you can add on to that. Yes, Dr. Yu. You talked about AI, and I think that you generally focused on the generative AI, such as ChatGPT, these services. These services have been increasingly provided to the public. And if you look at the students and the work that they've submitted to in their classes, they've been utilizing these apps or these platforms. And I think that what you've talked about in terms of the lack of predictability was based on the use of these services. And I do agree, because if you look at the projects or the work done by the students, of course, the use of AI lacks a predictability. But I think that that's different from the absence of predictability in terms of the talents that these students can hold. I think that, of course, we need the guidelines to promote the creativity of these students. But on the other hand, AI, well, in the process of education, we can really utilize AI to increase the creativity of students. For example, Microsoft's there's a scholar, Sakar, and he published a paper and said that AI actually can assist the classroom, the teachers, so that the creativity and the creative thinking can be enhanced, because AI can actually stimulate people's minds. AI can actually play the devil's advocate or ask an opposing question to really stimulate their thinking. So it's not just an assistant of a teacher that can be the role of AI, but actually AI can do more in the classroom. And when AI plays that role, well, it can also play the role of a bad cop, the bad cop, good cop. and actually bring out the unpredictability within the students. And that can actually help enhance the unpredictability within the students. So as Professor Yu mentioned, creativity is very important, and in order to foster greater creativity in the education scene, we have to think about what we can do. So as AI continues to advance, we have to think about how we can further utilize AI in various ways. And we have to think about the role AI can play in promoting creativity among people. So in the education field, I think that when it comes to the academic accomplishment, we also have to think about assessment or evaluations. In Korea, this is something that we've been contemplating over for a long time, and also in China and in Vietnam, of course, as well as in Korea. There has been heated enthusiasm over Korea, and most of the evaluations have been only through these standardized tests. And this has been a problem even before we had implemented the AI systems. So it's not just about how we teach, but also how are we going to evaluate the outcome of education. That's very important, and it's been a long challenge for our education system. It's not something that we can overcome or solve overnight, because this has been a long-standing problem for the Korean society for a long time, even before AI, and you probably all know this very well. But there's these standardized tests, and there's a recognition test, which is an examination that students take to see how well they can utilize what they've memorized. And even if we do utilize AI in the classrooms, I think that there are limitations to the utilization of these new technologies that are offered. So we have to think about what were the limitations to the existing institutions that we had in our education scene, and also the limitations of the exams and the evaluation methods that we had. So we have to think about new ways of evaluation. For example, the not just quantified, but quality-based evaluation might be one way. And also the AI can be used as a way to evaluate. For example, in the corporate scene, for example, AI, I understand, has been used for hiring people in a new way. And so we have to think about a new way, a fresh new way of utilizing AI to implement a new way of assessment and evaluation of students. I think that perhaps the AI can bring about a new positive, or point to a positive direction for evaluations in education.
유상석 교수님.
We have heard from Professor Yu and President Seo, and they both talked about the utilization of AI in education and how creativity could be boosted or even actually taken away. But I actually agree with that. It really depends on how we utilize AI as a tool. It could actually destroy creativity to a certain extent, or it could actually boost creativity. What I found quite surprising is that Mr. Seo is a CEO, and taking a look at how AI could be used in education was shown through his statement, and he actually worked in private academies, and we can see that he really thought about this issue quite a bit. I think from the last semester, I could see that some of our students are actually using ChatGPT for their reports or summarizing research paper. And I sometimes can see that ChatGPT comes up with some of the proposals that have been handed in by the students. And when that happens, I can see that the work done by ChatGPT is actually above average compared to the average of students. And so
we have to think about this because if we take a look at graduate school, most of the work is about reading research papers and summarizing research papers. And so we really have to change the way we evaluate. And so if we receive reports, it's done by ChatGPT. So that really is not important. So we need to now talk to our students and we need to check if they are able to express their knowledge. So if they're only able to summarize given papers, then they cannot be better than ChatGPT. But they need to be able to talk about their insights and they need to be able to express what they know. And so we need to utilize ChatGPT in our future education, but we have to learn how we're going to utilize it. So what are we going to teach and how are we going to teach in the AI era? We always talk about this over drinks after work and also during meetings. And so sometimes we think about whether we need to continue to teach knowledge. We have simultaneous interpretation ongoing, but Google's Galaxy S24 actually also has interpretation services. So you can actually make a call in Korean and translate that into English. But Google Translate sometimes was not good in the past, but now it's great. And so what happened to the Graduate School of Interpretation and Translation? What will happen to the professors at that graduate school? My wife actually went through that because my wife teaches at a college and she teaches English. 20 years ago, when I was in college, a lot of the college students wanted to listen to English classes, and learning English was very important back then. And so they all wanted to sit through English classes. But now, she teaches English writing, and the students, they don't want to learn English writing and English composition because they know that ChatGPT can do it for them. They don't want to learn about the techniques of making English sentences. They believe that ChatGPT can do it better. So my wife actually is in quite a chaotic situation because she knows that the students don't want to learn what she is teaching. And so she started to change her lesson plans and she introduced problem-based learning, PBL. So English is not the ultimate goal. English is a tool. When I was a college student, we wanted to focus on learning English. That became a goal. We memorized vocabulary, we studied sentence structures, but all of that can be done by ChatGPT now. And so we have to think about why we learn English today. Because they want to communicate in English. Because compared to the past, there are more opportunities to talk to people outside of Korea. And so we need to be able to talk to people outside of Korea, and they need to be able to understand me. So my wife is actually focused on problem-based learning. So she's actually looking for situations where English communication is necessary. And let's say that there's a problem of a public library, and if you are working at the public library and you're looking for ways to market and find ways to receive financial support for your library. And in order to persuade policymakers, you need to be able to share your ideas. So you can use ChatGPT, but you have to be able to evaluate the results of ChatGPT. And so that is the type of class that my wife is actually running. And so it actually is not just an English class, but it actually incorporates philosophy and marketing and other aspects into English. If you are a professor of philosophy, then you're probably using other perspectives from the industrial perspective, but it's all actually becoming problem-based learning. So in conducting the class today, I always remind myself that this is just a tool, and we also have to think about the ultimate goals. So I am now rethinking the classes that I am currently conducting. Thank you very much for your remarks. We have heard quite a bit of opinions. If I may, I would like to try and summarize. Professor Yu talked about generative AI and creativity. And you also talked about the issue of cost. So there could be cost saving, which leads to low quality contents. And because we have boundless rationality, we continue to try and choose contents that are just enough, which means that creativity will not be as important as it used to be. Well, the point that I wanted to actually emphasize is not about the creation of low quality contents. In most cases, we just find that it's just enough. It's just acceptable. It's something that people will not complain about. That is the quality that we will continue to adjust to. Automatically, we will say it's good enough. And we will have more contents on that level. So people will possibly not try to go the extra mile because it will mean that we need to make more efforts to go that extra mile. And so I do believe that we will stop going the extra mile. And in the society, if we do make that effort, people will think we're extraordinary, and these extraordinary people may decrease in number. That is a concern that I have. Of course, what you summarized is also very important. Or the extraordinary people, they will look more amazing, because if there are more mundane people in our society, then the creative people will become extraordinary. Well, for me, when I use ChatGPT, what I do is when I use language, I notice that I don't have a very large vocabulary. But if I use ChatGPT for interactions and communications, I learn new vocabulary, and I also learn better vocabulary. Let's say that I'm not an expert in diplomacy and I have to talk to diplomats. And so I would ask ChatGPT to share with me how diplomats would make the same statement. And so I do believe that ChatGPT can be used to learn to a certain extent. And so I do believe that creativity and the abundance of expressions could increase through ChatGPT, but the way we use our language is actually directly linked to what we do, and so creative expressions can then be translated into other forms of creativity. Creative thinking, creativity are two concepts that I do believe that we need to distinguish. So creative expressions can improve, but creativity for problem solving, it can decrease. For example, if we are to write a report and we just copy it off ChatGPT results and hand it in, then that will lead to a decrease in creativity. When ChatGPT first arrived, it did happen with students and it did earn them good scores, for example, above a B, but you don't learn from that. And the students, they don't realize that in the beginning. And that's the same when Wikipedia first appeared on the market. So for example, if you use ChatGPT to write a report and you hand in the report from that, then you should be able to learn from that, for example, by communicating with ChatGPT.
있으시다면
If not, then let me continue and speak. So then there's this issue of evaluation. Everyone talked about this. The issue of evaluation, does it fit the purpose? You have to look at that. And then what is the purpose, the objective of education? We have to think about that. And on the other hand, when I engage in a conversation with ChatGPT and ChatGPT generates something, I can find that this is how humans are. For example, racism, the language that is used, and the vocabulary that is generally used. If you look at that, what is generated from GPT, you can see what kind of words are used in public, among the public. And so, like you said, the data comes from us, the public. And from the data and what is generated through GPT, we can see what's out there in society and we can reflect upon ourselves. And I think that based on that, we can correct ourselves. based on a reflection of ourselves. So that's a iterative process. So perhaps that actually can be an educational process, and it can benefit society because we can use AI to look back at ourselves. So it really depends on how we utilize AI. The outcomes depends on how we utilize it. So we really have to think in detail about what is and how we're going to utilize AI. So it all lies in the details. So the problems lie in the details. So that's another thing I think we should think about. And also, like you mentioned, rather than the means, we have to think about the purpose. We have to think about the core, the essence. And that opportunity is given to us. But as if we're in a race, because that side is using ChatGPT, I should also use ChatGPT. And as if we're in a race, we just continue to use AI, and we're just superficially trying to do something or achieve something. So I think that's where we're at this moment. Do you have anything else to add? No? Then thank you. Then, are there any other comments or questions that you would like to raise in relation to the education field that you would like to discuss here before we go on to the next section of our talk? Well, Professors Ha Young-jun, there was something that really stood out among what he said in terms of evaluation. Well, I think that this is the irony of the era of AI. He said that now verbal interviews or talking with one another has become even more important in this era of AI. And I think that this is quite interesting because we're going back to the era of Socrates or Pluto, because now we're really talking to one another and we're trying to prove ourselves. So that idea, and I think that a lot of people are agreeing, you're nodding. What we're trying to achieve through education is to make people more wise and smart. We want to achieve greater achievements, and we want to foster the people, the talent, who are able to create such outcomes. So I think that we're in that process of finding a way towards that goal. So that was quite interesting. And I think that additional thing that I would like to think about is that I have a long personal relationship with Professors Ha. And I did not mention this when I was introducing myself, but before I founded my startup, well, I did my master's degree, and I actually did an experiment about how to utilize technology for interactions with students in the education field. Well, the Korean ChatGPT application, do you know what is a killer app for this? Well, there is the translation. People tend to use ChatGPT for translation or for summarization, but routinely people use the application most frequently for what purpose, do you know? It's the teachers who use the application to record their student records. And this is based on public data, open data here in Korea. In Korea, the teachers have to keep records of their students about what are their academic attitude or behavior in their classrooms, and also what are their academic achievement levels. And they have to do this quite regularly. And because this is something that they have to do regularly, teachers tend to use apps for this activity. And the reason I mention this is that when we talk about applying AI in the education scene, we tend to talk about how students will be using AI, but we really never talk about how this will be utilized by the teachers in the classroom for their benefit. And also, we don't really talk about the guidelines for the use by teachers. For example, what would be the extent for the teachers to use this in the classrooms? Because technology tends to advance at a pace much more faster than we had anticipated. So we really have to think further when we think about emerging technologies. So we have to think further and deeper, and also we have to think about how it will be used not only by the students but also by the teachers. So I just wanted to add that part as well. Yes, in the current evaluation system or scheme, also you mentioned that there are some issues. For example, the AI contents. If you were to evaluate the contents created by AI, well, that evaluation will be used for the admissions to colleges, and that can be a problem. Well, yes, that is true. Well, but I won't specifically or directly talk about that. But for example, there are words, there's a limitation to the words that teachers can repeatedly use. So. And Dr. Yu, do you have anything else to add? Yes, well, if I add on to what I had said. Well, I talked about the low quality contents that will be produced in mass. And I talked about how there will be a lot of social cost associated with screening these massively produced contents. I have a 5-year-old son. And right now we're in a war against candy because my son, well, I give him 1 candy a day and he keeps on saying, I don't remember if I had my candy or not, and he tries to eat more. So I'm trying to control his dose of candy per day, but he keeps on asking me for more candy. I'm not sure if you have kids or not, but if you do, you probably experience this. On the web, there's a lot of contents out there that kids enjoy, and not all of the contents are high quality. I read an article in the news that generative AI is used for creating content, and that content is delivered through YouTube and other platforms targeting kids. And there's a lot of such contents out there, but parents, if they are educated and they are aware, well, these parents can actually protect their children from these contents. But the less aware parents, if the parents are not in a situation where they can protect or control their students, their children's viewing of the social media contents, or if in that certain country it's difficult to control the contents, well, that can be an issue. So we really have to provide education for the students to have a discerning eye in terms of the contents that they enjoy and watch.
네, 있습니다.
Thank you for your remarks. So we did talk about education, and now let's switch the topic to work. So related to work, what are some considerations that we need to make? What are some questions or answers that you would like to share? Professor Ha or Professor Yu? I think I chose the wrong seat. Well, I did jot down some notes because I did not want to be derailed from the topic, but I'll try to be as simple as possible. In the future, the impact of AI on work and organizations can be thought of in 2 different ways. First, from the management and organization side, and second, from the labor side. From the management or corporate side, because I am a part of the business school, I work with a lot of CEOs and entrepreneurs, and they all ask these questions. How can we leverage AI for our companies? And many managers have the will to introduce AI to their work, but at the same time, they are hesitant because they're afraid. But I don't see any success stories of using AI actually at companies.
It seems that the utilization of AI is quite fragmented at companies. But I don't see any clear use cases. The reason for this is as follows. It's because when companies introduce AI, they approach this as a technology issue. But organizations are run by people. So when you introduce technology, you also have to think about the non-technical side. For example, when you're introducing AI, how should the work be reorganized? How will the interpersonal relations change? What about the middle managers? What will happen to the hierarchy? What will be the impact on evaluation and remuneration? So introducing AI is quite expensive, but also working with these non-technical sides is just as important. So when I talk to CEOs, what I mention is that you shouldn't just jump into using AI for your companies, but you have to take a look at what part of the company you wish to use AI for, and you need to have detailed plans and goals in introducing AI, and you also need organizational changes that are appropriate for utilizing AI. On the other hand, we have the labor side. At companies, when they introduce AI, companies do not listen to the opinions of the employees or laborers. I am actually limiting my talk related to knowledge workers. So we have nominal knowledge, for example, how to make kimchi. So you wash the cabbage, you put salt on it, and then you add the seasoning. And so you can follow the instructions to make kimchi, but what about the tactical knowledge? The kimchi that tastes like the kimchi made by your mother. So just following the recipe will not get you there. So when we wish to use AI for the company, not only should we just introduce it, but you need to have very detailed instructions for AI. So when you actually change your employees, you also have to leave the instructions for the next person. That is the same for AI. But the success of an organization also depends on knowledge that cannot be seen. For example, insights or know-how, interpersonal relations, the ambience that they create within the office. All of that is very important. So when we introduce AI to the company, how are you going to evaluate talent and reward talent? And how are we going to classify the knowledge that can be transferred and the knowledge that is non-transferable? So digital transformation is taking place in this direction, and it will be accelerated by AI. Thank you very much, Professor Yu. Rather than adding to that, maybe we can go to President Seo right away. Well, rather than adding to that, I would like to mention that there was a story that I am reminded of. This is related to what Professor Yu has mentioned, but it's also a question to Professor Sa. So because he is an expert in AI and Metabus. So I run a startup, and it gives me a lot of opportunities to meet other founders, other entrepreneurs. And it seems that there's a common need. So even if I'm not at the company, I need to have an avatar that can answer the questions of my employees as if the avatar is myself. And so that actually is an issue of efficiency. So many people have that common need, and that actually is about the knowledge that cannot be seen. So for instructions, we can write them down, but sometimes people will read those instructions and they will have to read into those instructions to actually understand what is said between the lines. And so in understanding what is said between the lines actually is not
not capable. It's not something that AI is capable yet. So you are researching social interactions of AI and Metabus, so I wonder if this is possible. Well, I don't think you should make your avatar, but rather you should automate your employees so that they don't ask questions at all. That would be the better way to go. The CEOs, it's difficult to have their avatars. I think that is quite a far-fetched story. What Professor Yu talked about is about AI, but I believe that he is saying that there are no successful use cases yet. So I would like to approach this from the automation perspective. I talked about translation and interpretation. And another example would be about unmanned shops. So you would actually use a kiosk to make your orders and make payments without any staff at the shops. So automation, how would automation impact our society? I am studying media and information. And so what about press? So what will be the impact of mass publications? So the people who would be scribing the books, they all disappeared. For example, in the past, there were people sitting at churches to copy Bibles by hand, but now that job has disappeared because you can print books and Bibles at a large scale. Some people are afraid that their jobs will disappear, but because Korea is a good country, I'm sure that there will be a system for social compensation and when they are phased out. And I don't think people will continue to be hung up on jobs that have disappeared for a long time. But in the phase out stage, I'm sure that there will be social compensation. So I think we have to think about our perspective for work. Because of automation, sometimes there is a lot of empowerment, and sometimes you are held accountable for specific jobs. For example, if you have unmanned shops, then in the past, the owner of the shop actually had to choose their own coffee bean, or they had to have an employee that could choose the coffee bean. They had to roast the coffee bean, and they also had to have staff for marketing, and they would also have to have someone to do the pricing. So there was a division of role, and many people would work together for the single goal of operating the shop. So people would make decisions together, and the owner of the shop would make the final decision. But now it's automatic. So for example, if there's a franchise, then they would decide the beans, the menus, the pricing. And so all you have to do is to decide whether or not you will make the decision to do this or not. And so you may become quite lonely. So personally, as people, I know that if you make a decision alone, you will be lonely and you will find the decision making very difficult. For example, even if you buy something new to wear, you will ask your friend, how does it look? And will that be replaced by automation? How much of a trust will you have for automation compared to your best friend? For example, if the recommendation was from your friend and you ask your friend, what should I have for lunch? Then if your friend recommends something, then you will follow the recommendation. Of course, you will blame the friend if the food is bad, but how much of a trust are you giving to recommendations from AI? Another important topic that I'm thinking about is how work will change. I talked about how education will change. Well, the tools and the method for education will change. For example, English will become just a tool, and you will think about why you're learning English, and that will be the same for work as well. For example, if you are cleaning, and we can automate cleaning, for example, there are robot cleaners. So
In the past, cleaning was about picking up trash or getting rid of dust, but that can be done by robots and AI. And many of the cleaning staff will lose their job, but there will also be managers of cleaning staff. And these managers, they're not thinking about how to pick up trash, but rather to create a better environment, to create a pleasant environment. For example, put up a picture or to have a better scent for the room. So these managers will have to work with what is the goal of cleaning. And so that will be the change of work that we will experience. And people will be able to fill in what AI cannot do. For example, people will pick up trash in the past, but now robots can do that. And so we will see the change in the management for the cleaning staff.
And so I think that the concept of work will change and be reestablished. Yes, thank you very much. So that was very interesting. And there are a couple of points that I want to touch upon as well. So in the end, whether I work with AI or I interact and work with people, if I'm not good at my work, it means that I'm not good at what I'm doing. So the person who's good at work is good nevertheless. And so you really have to think about why that person is not good at what that person is doing, and it's in the details. And in my view, when it comes to the details, for example, if we take the case of the cleaning robot, you might think that the cleaning robot will do everything. But once you purchase the cleaning robot and you've tried that using the cleaning robot, you will know that there are some additional tasks that you have to do. For example, you have to rescue the cleaning robot, or you have to empty the dust box attached to the cleaning robot. So there were processes, step 1 and 2, that you had to do. But now there's an additional step or additional process that you have to do when you're using the cleaning robot. So if you have the procedural knowledge, and there's a procedural knowledge for everything. There's a recipe, for example, for cooking. And if you follow that recipe, then it may work. But however, there's more to that. There is the tacit knowledge associated with everything. For example, if it's kimchi or your mother's secret recipe, there's a tacit knowledge on top of the explicit knowledge of your mother's recipe. And for example, let's say that we can use AI to observe your mom to see what kind of interactions take place when your mom is cooking that dish. So on top of that explicit knowledge, that secret recipe, you can understand what the tacit knowledge you need to make that secret recipe-based dish of your mom. So it's the same for the cleaning robot as well. But anyhow, you talked about the CEO and the management, and will that person be replaced by AI? And let's say that that person was replaced by AI, thinking that AI would be able to do A, B, and C. But in fact, that person was doing D and E. So management thought that this person was doing only A, B, and C. But actually, D and E was also covered by that person. So we now understand that we were not aware that D and E was covered by that person. And if this was an actual business environment, then this could lead to a major accident. For example, the factory might not be operated because that person is not there. So, of course, partial adoption might be the best way to go because you have to have a full understanding of what the required work involves. So partial adoption might be the best way to go in the initial period, because when you work with students, it's the same as working with the employees at the business scene. When you're working with people, sometimes you don't always get your desired outcome. Why is that? It is because there's a fault from both sides. The person who's giving the instruction was not giving the detailed instructions. So on my side, I thought that I was giving the full instructions in the right context, but I was not communicating well. So it was my bad as well. And so we really have to think about the detailed instructions or the detailed communication. And without the detailed communication, replacing something might be a challenge. And also we talked about authority and responsibility when we're making decisions. And we're trying to use AI in that process. As you know, because AI is trained based on the data that we have to think about what will be the outcome of AI being involved in that decision-making. Who will be accountable for the decision-making if AI is involved? Will it be the developer? Because the service was sold by the business. Then is it the business that takes responsibility? Who will be accountable if an issue occurs? Let's say that there is a chatbot who takes in a very who speaks and uses words that's very racist. Of course, if we try to change the language used by the chatbot, things could get better. And if we interact with that chatbot, perhaps a person who uses that kind of language might also experience a change in the language that person uses. Anyhow, accountability is something we also have to think about. And we can't really say that accountability is with the developer side only. We can't only say that accountability or responsibility is with one side only. It's not just an issue limited to AI, because all of the various social issues is always not free from the issue of accountability. So I'm concerned that there might be situations where people tend to blame AI when there are problems that arise, because people are quite good at blaming others and pointing the finger at others. But I think that many things can differ based on how we adopt, implement, and utilize new technology and AI. So when it comes to business or the education side, it's the same. When we give work to AI, it's a human that gives tasks to AI. And of course, there are attempts to use AI for planning. And some professors say that AI is not capable of reasoning. And these professors, well, they are those who've majored in traditional machine learning. Of course, there are professors who have different views. But anyhow, I believe that I think that AI can, in general, create abstract, general knowledge. So for countries that are in an environment where, relatively speaking, it's difficult to receive quality education, I do believe to a certain level AI can be utilized to deliver knowledge, whether it's procedural knowledge or factual knowledge. I do believe there's a potential of utilizing AI in education. Of course, reasoning and planning, it might be too early to consider full adoption of AI, but anyhow, I think that there is potential for utilization of AI in education. Do you have any further words to add in relation to this? And if not, then because we are out of time, lastly, I think it would be great if you take turns and say your concluding remarks. Yes, so I did not have an opportunity to speak a lot about AI and work. So Professor Lee at the end, he talked about accountability. Who should be accountable? And these people, well, now they are professors. I'm working in the private sector, but we've studied together. As an entrepreneur, when I think about accountability, well, accountability is a little bit different from responsibility, but accountability is about taking on the risk. Who will take on the risk? So I think that it is not right to say that the person who benefits should take on the accountability, but nevertheless, risk and benefits go hand in hand. They go together. They're tied together. And we talked about how, in order for us to collaborate well with AI, it's the same. It's the same as working well with humans. We have to look at reverse engineering and think about what was needed for working well, interacting well with humans as well. And the last thing that I would like to add is that the app that I've developed, Contacts, well, I've developed AI with my engineers, and in the process, what I've come to learn is that AI has been developed to really promote the interaction among humans as well. And actually, the data is utilized in this process. And the conversations that we have, the dialogue that we have outside of work, for example, our daily conversations, actually can be very valuable information that provides context. That's what I've realized. A lot of businesses are adopting and implementing AI, and they're utilizing that as data, and they're trying to utilize such data. But the coffee chats or the daily communications and dialogue within their companies were found to be very important and useful source of data for them. Of course, there's the issue of privacy. And if you develop something within the workplace, that is under the ownership of the business. But when it comes to the ownership of data, of course, that's a very blurry issue, and we'll have to think about that. But anyhow, that's what I would like to, that's what I wanted to say. Thank you very much. So let's go on to Dr. Yu.
I would like to be as concise as possible, rather than talking about details, but given the development of AI and the penetration of AI, we are all going through a very important phase of transformation. I am above the age of 40, and it scares me when I think about whether I will be able to adjust to the future when the future arrives. Everything is changing, and I believe everything will change. And so at this given time, rather than declaring what the future will look like, we need to continue ask the important questions. I love playing games, and I also love reading Western mythology. And as I was playing a game, I came to realize this. Do you know Ouroboros? It is a picture of a dragon eating its own tail. So it's about coexistence and eternity because it continues to go in a circle. It could be about sustainability as well, and it could be about continuous development, but the shape itself is quite self-destructive. If you search this on YouTube, it is not a pleasant video because there's a snake that's eating away at its tail, so it is quite self-destructive. And I think AI actually shows the same double-sworded characteristics of the snake. And so I think this is an analogy that we need to keep in mind. So AI can give us sustainability in the future and coexistence if we use it in the right way. Thank you very much. Last but not least, Professor Sa. Work or utilization of AI and automation at the company, I think we need to go beyond that. When AI continues to develop, then AI can look like people and they can act like people. And recently, I have created a class on virtual interactions, and
there are many creative proposals from the students. For example, in the movie Her, we see that AI becomes a girlfriend, and you can have human voice operating systems, or there could be sexual toys that look like people. So what would be the role for AI? Can AI replace humans altogether? Well, at first glance, it may look like it could happen, but in the movie Her, we see AI, and is that technologically possible? Because in the movie, AI has an intention. AI wants to date the man, and when the man does something for AI, AI actually can feel happy. And that's only possible if the AI can model human emotions. And if the man is talking to thousands of AI, then that particular AI will feel jealousy. And that is not the only example that we can think of. For example, if you think about a teacher in a metabus, then you may think that that teacher is different from an actual teacher because it feels different. For example, Playview became #1 in music streaming, and that's quite successful as an AI. For example, because it actually replaced a K-pop group to be #1. The K-pop groups today, they actually talk to their fans, for example, saying goodnight using apps. Playview can do that as well. Of course, it can follow them superficially, but if K-pop continues to share how they eat and live their everyday lives, then will Playview be able to do that as well? I'm not so sure. So I am studying this area, and we have to think about sometimes why do we feel close to a certain being? For example, if you give birth to your child, you feel close to the child because you feed the child and you raise the child. And sometimes you feel close to another person because you eat together or drink together. In the past, we thought that that's not so important, but now we will think it's more and more important because AI will not be able to do that. Implicit knowledge, I think, is along the same lines. And so, in order to make AI more human, what about the fundamentals of humans, the fundamentals of relations? We have to think about those fundamentals. As a researcher, that is also a topic that I will continue to research in the future. Thank you very much. Thank you for the insightful dialogue. I would like to wrap up the session with my remarks. So 2 things that I would like to mention. So when we go beyond AI, I hope that we will not think of AI as humans, because when we research, we tend to be more focused on humanoids. So we should not think in only that direction. And second, there will be more tools for achieving your goals. AI could be one of those tools, and there could be many different ways of using AI. There are also people who continue to scribe books, and it just that their numbers are decreasing. And so it seems that the way we conduct work will have a wider spectrum, and that means that we have to recognize diversity. We have many generations living at the same time, and not all generations will adopt new technologies, including AI, in the same way. And we will all have different generations living together. We will have older people and we will have younger people living together. And so we need to be aware of this diversity, and we need to remember that this diversity is important. And against this backdrop, we need mutual respect and things that we did not know about each other. For example, when you interact with AI, you suddenly realize aspects about yourself that you didn't know about before. And so I think interactions with AI will actually clarify who we are and what our relationships look like. And it will bring us back to the fundamentals. Fundamentals meaning, why do we research? Why do we work? Why are we here listening to this dialogue? So we will find ourselves in positions where we have more opportunities to think about these fundamentals. Things that we did mechanically or out of habit will be things that we will continue to think about in more fundamental ways. Thank you for joining us throughout the session. And thank you for sharing your insights with us. I do believe that we can wrap up the session.
I think this was very inspiring. The humanity has crossed 3 industrial revolutions. We're in the middle of the 4th. And during each of the industrial revolutions, we faced different types of challenges because of new technologies coming in. And I think AI is what we're facing in the midst of the 4th industrial revolution. And these types of discussions are essential to identify what AI can do and where AI should position itself in our society, both ethically and in a societal perspective. So thank you once again very much for the insightful discussions, and thank you for the great session. So this concludes the morning session for today. We will resume again with another quite IT-ish session at 1 p.m. after lunch. So I'll see you guys here at Grand Ballroom A at 1 o'clock. Thank you. Okay, welcome back, everyone. I hope everyone had a nice lunch break. For those of you tuning in on YouTube, also welcome back. We'll start our first afternoon session for the second day of GEEF with a video recorded discussion. And this discussion kind of continues on with the discussions we had in the morning about the use of AI. But this time we're going to talk about different emerging technologies for better engagement and empowerment for enabling the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals. And this discussion will be led by Stephen Nam, the Special Projects Director at the Stanford University Cyber Policy Center.
All right. Welcome, everyone, to our session on the governance of emerging technologies. I'm Steve Nam. I'm going to give you a brief overview of our sections for the day. So I'll begin with an introduction to concept. Then we will go into panelist self-introductions, descriptions of recent work related to emerging technologies, and then we'll go into the question and answer session. And first of all, I guess we can begin with our introductions. I'm Steve Nam. I am the Special Projects Director for the Program on Governance of Emerging Technologies at Stanford University, specifically the Stanford Cyber Policy Center. I have worked primarily on Web3 technologies, blockchain, cryptocurrencies, and so forth. But also our center focuses on AI, VR, AR, and social media, as well as a number of other emerging tech. I would like to also introduce Professor Han-Young Won and then Professor Kian Lee, and they can all go into their own self-introductions and descriptions of their recent work related to emerging tech. So without further ado, please go ahead. Why don't we start with Professor Han-Young Won.
네, 여러분 반갑습니다. 저는
Yes, I am Kwon Hun-young, president of the School of Cybersecurity at Korea University. My background is in law, and I've been conducting research and participating in policy development related to information and communication, law and regulation, as well as emerging technology regulation in collaboration with the Korean government for a long time. Today, I'm honored to have the opportunity to share and discuss what we have learned with Professor Stephen Nam and Professor Lee Ki-yeon today. And I believe that in the case of new emerging technologies, there is a significant need for humanity to collectively address relevant issues. I believe that the experiences and regulation that I've accumulated so far and the efforts to prepare for the future are areas that are important for everyone and that everyone, all nations, all business, all scholars, and all researchers need to undertake together. So I hope that today's session will provide us with ample opportunities to exchange such thoughts, and I look forward to the time when we can all meet and discuss together in person. Nice to meet you all.
Thank you very much. And Young 교수님, please feel free to go ahead. Introduction. After that, I will go into the introduction of concept.
네, 안녕하세요.
Good afternoon. As have been introduced, I am igee from Yonsei University. I'm a professor of Creative Technology Management within the Humanities, Arts, and Social Sciences Division at Yonsei University's Underwood International College. I studied computer science, economics, and industrial engineering, and I've also worked in the Department of Library and Information Science and the Department of Technology Management. My main area of research is measuring and quantifying social phenomena using data. I have been analyzing new technologies, researchers, and even philosophy, ethics, media, and society. And recently, I've been analyzing policies and legislation. So I think a lot of what we're going to be talking about today is how we would like to see these regulations or policies change, or how we would like to see ourselves react in order to better utilize these new technologies in our society. Thank you both so much for having me today.
Thank you very much, Professor Lee. As for the introduction to concept, I'll begin right now. So in today's context, the emergence of new technologies, notably AI and other cutting-edge technologies, has introduced challenges that fundamentally challenge existing societal structures. The rapid advancement of these technologies has brought about complexities that transcend individual, institutional, and democratic frameworks. Recognizing the urgency of this issue, GEEF 2024 is bringing together scholars from prestigious academic institutions like Yonsei University, Korea University, and Stanford University to collaborate strategically, and this partnership seeks to uphold democratic governance and societal welfare, collectively addressing the crucial task of ensuring that these emerging technologies are compatible with society. The challenges posed by emerging technologies are multifaceted, requiring a concerted effort from diverse stakeholders within society. GEF 2024 acknowledges that sustainable development necessitates the resolution of these problems collectively, together. So GEF 2024 seeks to facilitate meaningful dialogue and implement solutions that harmonize emerging technologies with the values and needs of our society. So thank you again for joining us. Without further ado, I think we can go into our questions. So question number one, what is your greatest concern with respect to the exponential, the rapid speed of development that we're seeing in AI and other technologies? And are there reasons for optimism? I can probably, I'll answer first for each of these questions, and then we can move on, proceed with the other academics on this panel. So my greatest concern with respect to the exponential speed of development of technologies is that increasingly, I think we are seeing a lagging, slow governmental regulatory response to these technologies because of their increasing complexity. So perhaps not in the too distant past, a lot of the times governments were able to keep up to speed and to adjust and to kind of adapt to development of new technologies. They were able to verse themselves, to research, to learn, to communicate with other stakeholders, to be able to then understand and then respond with flexible, educated regulation. But increasingly, because of the enormous, again, complexities and nuances to this tech, and this can apply to, for example, artificial intelligence, generative AI. Also, we see this often in the Web3 space with blockchain cryptocurrencies. The level of understanding, of comprehension needed is often beyond what the typical background of a regulator, of a politician, of bureaucrats are used to. So we need very rapid reaction in terms of having academics, having the private sector help educate these regulators and bureaucrats and politicians and so forth. But there is a lag for sure. Increasingly also, we're finding that unlike in the past with the internet, I'd say the second industrial revolution and so forth, where policymakers, they themselves were able to easily use the technology. I remember still when in the United States, America Online emerged on the scene. It was really a mainstream gateway to internet usage, such as email, creating websites and chat rooms and things like that. And regulators themselves, policymakers themselves were able to use America Online easily after they get home from work. And this enabled a level of familiarity that then informed their next steps in terms of actually building a governmental have a framework for consumers that made sense. But with things like generative AI and Web3, of course, there might be, if we're lucky, there might be a very, very kind of surface, shallow usage, just kind of dabbling with the tech. But we need a deeper dive by the policymakers themselves, even in their free time. And then I think that would translate into better policy. But again, there is a divide. There's a gap that could use better education and more bridge making for these policymakers. Then I'll get into reasons for optimism, but first let's hear from our other panelists. Professor Kwon, again, if you would like to answer about what's your greatest concern with respect to this rapid development of technologies such as AI and other emerging tech?
Well, this topic seems to require our perspective on very fundamental issues. Although technological development has been part of human history for a very long time, it has had a much greater impact on humanity in the past 50 years since the invention of computers. Compared to the progress that has been made in human history, the changes brought about by technology during this time are far more significant. With the invention of computers, the invention of the internet, and now the development of AI, artificial intelligence, it seems that we have reached a point where we can implement and achieve things that we previously only imagined or idealized theoretically. The accumulation of data, the development of communication infrastructure, the social utility, and even human intervention have all almost remarkably close to the levels we have envisioned. The question of whether we will experience what is commonly referred to as the singularity is one that we must address, prepare for, and monitor together in the future. And I believe that policymakers are naturally inclined to create regulations reactively after emerging technologies have already been implemented or applied, and society or policy reacts after these have been implemented. However, I have a desire for us to look at this issue from a broader perspective. What I mean is that the science and technology that brought about the Industrial Revolution, such as the steam engine, completely changed the institutions of human history, creating societies like modern capitalism and nation-states. And these developments are interconnected internationally, forming today's international order. I believe that the fight over technology in the future also raises questions about whether the current system will continue to persist or whether there will be fundamental changes in the relationships among society, nations, and humans. The current regulatory system and governance structure are designed to fit the industrial society, and accordingly, national strategies tailored to this framework are standardized and taught to all countries, grooming the next generation of workers and leaders. All three of our panelists are working in academia, but the biggest commonality among us is that we work in areas other than our originally disciplined areas. We work in converging fields. And that's why I believe we're striving to find answers to these questions that we're asking, considering who we are educating for the current and future digital transformation, DX society or digital society. So we need to examine who we are nurturing to work in these fields. And from that perspective, it seems that relying too much on the traditional industrial society education system, regulatory system, and market structure may not adequately prepare us for the future. Therefore, when it comes to the education sector, I believe that there must be a profound change. And for such a change to be successful, well, we need to discard pessimistic thinking and design an optimistic future. If we look at the situations in the United States and Korea, first the United States. In the US, well, there has been more proactive an approach. The US is a pioneering country in transitioning to the digital economy, starting from the invention of the internet. And the world has responded to the United States' leading policies, particularly in emerging technologies such as AI, biotechnology, space technology, and other related fields. The US is leading the world in these areas, and other countries may respond differently. Some countries may actively adopt and follow the US lead, while others may resist and follow their own path, often centered around regulations, and some countries may even choose to go in a totally different direction. In the case of Korea, efforts have been made to proactively follow and even surpass U.S. policies. South Korea has made significant strides in laying down information and communications infrastructure and promoting the digital economy to the extent that there is almost no gap with the United States in some areas. Then, what was the role of regulation in this process? The U.S. tends to entrust as much freedom as possible to the private sector for creative innovation, with the government intervening only when counterproductive outcomes arise, such as cases of defamation or copyright infringement, or when enhanced protection of children's privacy is required, or excessive concentration of economic power requires intervention to ensure fair competition. The U.S. typically reinforced regulation post facto in these cases. In the case of South Korea, the government has taken a more proactive role in leading investment from the private sector, with laws and regulations ensuring this positive regulation. Subsequently, South Korea has also implemented negative regulation along with the U.S., which continues to this day. And this regulative response has a strong influence on policymakers. And this kind of perspective has enabled NGOs, scholars, business people, and regulatory authorities to move quickly and adopt. So as a result, South Korea's positioning differs somewhat from that of the United States and Europe. From this perspective, with appropriate promotional regulation and negative regulation addressing side effects, if regulations are implemented well with very clear objectives, I believe that constructing the digital economy that we optimistically envision is actually something that we can achieve in Korea.
Thank you very much, 교수님, Professor Won, and let's also hear Professor Lee's answer.
네, 감사합니다.
Yes, thank you. Having listened to the two of you, I could see that there were many overlapping thoughts. I am also excited and concerned at the same time about the rapid development of AI and all these new technologies. Of course, as Professor Kwon mentioned, there is the issue of regulations and policies that are aligned with the paradigm of the industrial society. And there are some of these issues that you mentioned, but I would like to speak from another perspective. One is that technologies are developing so fast that we often have to make decisions without the benefit of having full knowledge. And I wonder if we are actually making more and more sacrifices. In fact, as technology itself becomes more complex and diverse, it requires more sophisticated regulation or promotional policies. But the fact is that technology itself is moving so fast. So in order to understand technology, you actually have to talk to the person who developed the technology. It's hard to know how to regulate the technology because the person who developed the technology, as someone who created the technology, will always think their technology is simply great. And it is difficult for the creator of a given technology to know about how to regulate the given technology. And because there is self-interest, most of these technologies are made by companies that are driven by the pursuit of profit. So it's a bit of a question mark as to how much filtering is possible. As Professor Kwon has mentioned, the academia and NGOs should be able to quickly provide education and training, contributing to policies. I am concerned about whether even the academia and NGOs are driven by self-interest to a certain extent, because I think that policies that are currently being made that allow technologies to develop and then attempt to regulate the side effects are likely not going to have a very big impact on the people who have the wealth or the people who are at the forefront of these technologies. But they may have a potential to have a big impact on the people who have neither. For example, in the use of data, there are privacy boards, but I think the way data is being used currently is that individuals who don't understand the value of their data are being victimized. I think it's much more likely that they don't even realize how their data is being used, and they're giving consent without that understanding. So we're actually the ones who should be the first ones to point out these issues and also speak out about the new ways of doing things. There are aspects that need to be reflected upon, but there is the idea that policies can only be made properly if they are backed up quickly. So it is very likely that systematically we need to have some kind of organization or institution or group of people who can inform policymakers about these new technologies in a well-understood form and in a very literal form, because there will always be new technologies and the development of technology will become faster and faster. And if there is a need now, I would say that academic societies and academic communities should play this role. Most of all, I think that because technology is developing so fast, when we're making decisions in such a situation, the more confusing it is, the more we need to focus on the fundamentals, not on the distractions, not on the hustle and bustle, because at the end of the day, technology is here to assist us in our lives. And I think we need to hear what are the side effects of this in assisting us in our lives. I've been looking at AI bills that have been proposed in Korea during the past several months. And when I actually looked at the AI bills, it was hard to say that they were written with a good understanding of AI or new technologies. Actually, most of the bills did slightly seem to have been driven by stakeholders. And one more thing I would like to add about the development of technology is that we also need to pay attention to laws and institutions. But I think there's one part that we are missing the most. Before we have laws and institutions, when we use certain media or when we use certain technologies, we had a bit of leeway because it was slower, so our lifestyles and our culture could adapt to it. And there was a sense of civility. But I think that's been destroyed currently. Therefore, we need to think a little bit more about the civility that we need to have with this new way of life that we're not going to cover with just laws and institutions. We need to make sure that we build civility that we have towards each other and create a sense of social consensus.
Thank you very much to both of our professors for their excellent, comprehensive answers. Very, very helpful. I understand through this session we will have many expressions of pessimism and and addressing our the very shortcomings in the space that need to be improved. But are there reasons also for optimism at this point, at this pace? I think one reason that I can think of is that in our, I guess, not too long history of reacting to IT technological responses, we have proven that we don't have to be acting, responding in a silo. By that, I mean there are institutional frameworks that for collaboration that exist that have been used. One of them would be SROs, that refers to self-regulatory organizations. A very good example is FINRA, and FINRA deals with kind of financial innovations and technological advances throughout the world, and that are in need of kind of a coherent international response, because as we know, a lot of these financial innovations affect a lot of countries and are not just limited to one country. So FINRA has been fairly effective, I would say, in terms of gathering together various stakeholders and issuing guidances, advisories that relate to new tech. And specifically with respect to kind of the finance sector, of course, with FINRA, but many, many technologies can affect the finance sector. So we're seeing a broad response of in terms of expertise. So I think with emerging tech, and this is always the case, I think we tend to think that emerging tech is a product of our time right now, but every era has its own problems and technologies to address. I think that whether it's AI or XR, AR, VR, Web3, etc., there is space eventually for perhaps an SRO that's effective. Of course, it's not as simple as some might want it to be. There has to be a buy-in, opt-in by various entities, companies, organizations for this to be effective. But we do have examples of proven effectiveness, again, such as FINRA. So that's, I think, one reason for optimism, that this is a possibility, perhaps, for example, in the AI sector. Another, I think, tool that we have in our toolkit are kind of these informal international networks. My background is in competition law, antitrust law, as a lawyer. And for us, we had something called the ICN, the International Competition Network. This was a broad umbrella of different regulatory let's say, trade commissions, bureaucratic entities throughout the world. So the US had the FTC, Korea, Japan, in Europe, all the kind of bureaucratic organizations related to competition, antitrust were in this one big umbrella network called the ICN. And we and continue, I say we, but I'm not involved in the space anymore, but there were a lot of activities and summits and conferences that brought together these policymakers and regulatory organizations throughout the world so that they could have they could focus on kind of harmonizing their approaches to competition. Because again, This was, competition antitrust laws it's a patchwork throughout the world, so it's not very coherent at times, but there was a need for more coherence all the time. So that was an approach, a response to that kind of a international, I guess, approach problem. I think that that's also a possibility with emerging tech such as AI, where we band together a lot of governmental kind of, agencies throughout the world to kind of cohere on how to approach various problems. And I think it will be necessary in order to avoid kind of this silo by silo response approach that could be very problematic. So those are my reasons for optimism. Professor Kwan, any suggestions of your own?
Professor Nam, I am delighted to hear that your major was in competition law as a fellow legal scholar. In fact, in South Korea, there are various agencies responsible for competition law, and also there's agencies responsible for IT regulations. There's agencies for data protection, such as the Personal Information Protection Commission. And additionally, there are separate agencies responsible for regulating money markets, such as banking services. There's the Financial Services Commission, the FSC. So there are various agencies working within a silo system. As digital innovation progresses, there are overlapping jurisdictions, and controversy surrounding such overlapping jurisdictions exists, which I'm sure is common in many countries. However, I believe that within their own jurisdictions, coordination and cooperation among the relevant authorities are taking place. It seems crucial that Professor Nam, as he explained, that the umbrella organization centered around the WTO existed in an international context. Currently, competition authorities globally have already begun regulatory competition over big tech companies within their jurisdictions. And I'm sure that Professor Nam has seen many of such cases. And I believe competition law is a relatively recent field in some sense, especially considering its international development since it first appeared around the 1950s. So it's a field that has less than a history of 100 years compared to other legal fields spanning thousands of years. When you consider the IT sector, you can see the efforts towards cooperation among international competition law agencies are actually being attempted in the field of data protection. Each country has data authorities. And what triggered this is regulations like the GDPR in Europe, the General Data Protection Regulation. And there was efforts to determine the adequacy of GDPR, and this has influenced Korea as well. In fact, when I worked on drafting the initial version of Korea's Personal Information Protection Act 20 years ago, I proposed establishing such an organization. However, it was not implemented at all initially, even after the law was passed. But I think that GDPR influenced Korea as well, leading to the establishment of the Personal Information Protection Commission in some sense. So this ongoing transformation seems to be the next strategic step with the EU's efforts to create a new umbrella for AI regulation. And so we are seeing these attempts are ongoing progressively. However, when you think about it, for regulations to actually function in the market, well, intervention by the state is necessary, which means that there has to be an international agreement among nations that national sovereignty-based authority is necessary. However, the United States does not want such an agreement. Korea is showing a very ambiguous position. And Professor Igee probably has reviewed the artificial intelligence related laws. But there are unique circumstances in Korea where the law in Korea seems to lean towards reflecting ways to promote the AI industry and ways to benefit those who are engaged in the AI business rather than regulate. In Europe, there are currently no AI companies. It is a market structure where AI technology should be applied by big tech companies rather than being a fundamental technology owned by European companies. And considering the competitive situation among countries in the international arena, such as China, Middle Eastern countries, and various Asian countries, when we think about what will happen if a global umbrella is created, it is likely to lead to a competition among the US and other countries, in other words. The advanced nations versus the non-advanced states. That's how I see it. So what is the best way to get out of such a situation? Since we don't know well, it's obvious that we would want to start with regulation, because without regulation, there would be no benefit, as we're talking about competition among nations. So when we think about regulation, we have to think back about the essence of regulation, self-regulation. And so when we think about the essence of regulation, all technology regulations that have persisted for a long time can be seen as regulations based on successful self-regulation. For example, Professor Nam, you studied telecommunications law, and if you think about the origin of telecommunications law, you will find that in the United States, there was radio wave interference resulting in a complete loss of industrial competitiveness. And in such turmoil, the current FTC, the Federal Trade Commission, was established. I'm right? It's the FTC, right? The Federal Trade Commission, which can be seen as a combination of self-regulation and government regulation achieved through consultation among regulatory authorities. When we look at agencies like the FTC, it may seem like there's heavy regulation from the central authority. However, in reality, FTC operating team is given significant authority, and in some ways, it even has legislative power. This represents a very unique model. Similarly, in the case of the nuclear industry, the industry has to seek approval to survive, so the industry itself requested for regulations from regulatory authorities. In the field of AI, as well as telecommunications and other emerging fields in the future, stakeholders, those who invest capital, conduct research, and employ numerous individuals, we call them key players. Well, currently in the field of AI, individuals cannot beat corporations just by innovating on their own, given the immense resources and efforts required. We are at a stage where nations and corporations will have to continue to make great strides to keep up with the pace of advancement worldwide. Therefore, the concept of self-regulation must succeed in order for this technology to continue to thrive in the long term and eventually become standardized. Therefore, when discussing about the issue of singularity in artificial intelligence, suggesting that humanity should regulate it comprehensively like nuclear or biotechnology, the response from technology developers and capitalists is often about creating explainable AI. They emphasize that they are not aiming to develop completely uncontrollable artificial AI, and so they're proposing to regulate. And that's why proposals for regulation tend to come forward first. Therefore, during such interactions between society and the state, there exist the balance makers. And so the balance makers, these are the players, the stakeholders. And here it is essential to have NGOs and academia who can serve as watchdogs and forecasters who consider the interests and benefits of humanity as a whole rather than just their own interests or affiliations, to play a crucial role in ensuring that the gap between regulation and successful industrial development is not disrupted.
Thank you very much, Professor Kwon. First of all, I agree personally with every single point you made, and I honestly I see it as a kind of the need for long-term thinking in a way, strategic long-term thinking, non-self-interested, referring to Professor Lee, your answer as well. And this can really come from academics and NGOs, because a lot of the private sector, of course, short-term thinking, short-term, quick, tactical, approaches to the market, how to compete, how to succeed. But as academics and also NGOs, we need that long-term thinking for a healthy overall market economy society, really. So thank you very much for that response. And Professor Lee, any reasons for optimism of your own with regards to this rapid advancement of technology?
네, 저는
I'm not actually on competition law or privacy boards or work at the Financial Services Institute. So I am speaking as someone who is not an academic in legal studies, but on the technology side, we're moving at super speed. So actually, I think that if we focus a bit more on solving societal issues or issues that can be caused by rapid technological development, we can solve these issues better, more efficiently, and more effectively than what we do now. So in other words, in the case of technological issues, for example, after deep learning came out, there were a lot of hardware issues, but now we have breakthroughs and we are overcoming many of the issues in hardware. So it seems that there are limits, but we are overcoming these limits one by one. For example, as chips and new technologies come out, the software itself improves with the development of algorithms. So reality is that what we thought to be difficult in the early 2020s are now already being solved. And if we go back about 20 years, many people say that AI would never be able to win in the game of Go, but that has already happened, and it is now widely accepted. This was because of computational complexity, which have already been solved. Things like Apple Vision Pro are possible because of AI chips. Some of these things that we said were difficult to solve before are being solved sooner than we would have thought. So with this problem-solving ability, the solutions to societal issues that I mentioned before will be within reach, I believe. And I believe that the possibility of solutions would be faster than what we imagine now. For example, climate change AI or the AI sector at the OECD. And within the UN, they use AI to monitor SDGs or the emergence of many communities, such as AI for social good, AI for good, and data science for good, allows us to have a more positive view rather than the negative and pessimistic view that I mentioned earlier. And I believe that it's possible because there are still many people out there who are saying, I want to use these new technologies for good. But I don't think this is something that we can leave up to the people, to the individuals forever. We need to approach this collectively. That is why we have to think about the culture. We do need to rethink in terms of culture, as I have mentioned already.
Thank you very much for your thoughts, Professor Lee. I completely agree. I think we have a lack of cultural communication in recent years in terms of responding to technology. And because of that, if we focus only on the technology and even only on the laws, we're missing a very critical component, kind of the societal aspect of how to adapt to new technologies that if we don't address, will cause problems. It can be anything from psychological issues to kind of have a tension between different countries without a real kind of cultural understanding of a host of issues that it's too long to get into right now, but we'll proceed for now. But thank you very much for those insights. Now we're going to get a little more into the details. So I understand we gave some kind of broad responses, and of course we had the detail already, but now we're going to kind of get into granular. So we do have a number of questions, so let's try to move a little quicker, I would say, from this point on. Question number 2. Policymakers are faced with increasingly complex technologies that defy easy understanding. The private sector companies that can best educate them are typically self-interested. This is something that Professor Lee has hinted at already previously. So what is the role and duty of academic experts in such circumstances? And this I can answer first. I think it's very tricky. As we know, academics ourselves, we also have our interests, right? I think there's a need to be, first of all, of course, to keep updated on the cutting edge, to be really relevant and to be informative for whether our students or fellow academics. We need to know what is at the very cutting edge, what's the newest developments for relevance sake. But and in order to do that, we want to maintain good relations with the various actors in our space, of course. But at the same time, we also need to be, to the extent possible, neutral arbiters, observers. We cannot, as excited as we might be on the personal level, we have to also be very studied in our approaches, in our in our research, in our papers, in our expression of what our opinions are. And this cannot always be positive. It cannot always be favorable for the other actors, stakeholders that we have to engage with. One example that I could talk about that's specific is I recently attended a working group seminar with different stakeholders, and this applies to the Web3 space. It could easily apply to AI and other technologies as well. But long story short, there is a very strong lobbying component from private sector companies. Without going into details, about specifics, identity, etc. Some of these lobbying efforts are very they're very smart, they're very focused. You could say they're clever, and I think in terms of courting, engaging with governments, they have to be. But at the same time, I can give you an example in Web3. In the U.S., which is very, very careful in terms of its approach, and I think it's a good approach in terms of not being too reckless in terms of allowing various innovations. Same time, the U.S. approach has been, or the lobbying approach to the government has been, this is a matter of national security. If the U.S. does not dominate the Web3 space, another country will. It could be China, it could be other kind of countries, so forth. And this has been the approach, the main lobbying approach by a lot of U.S. Web3 entities. And sure, there is a national security component to kind of being on top of the space, just like there is with AI, with XR. It is increasingly more than ever, a lot of these emerging technologies have national security implications and consequences. I agree to that, but it can be very, what can I say? It can trample upon a lot of these kind of cultural, societal elements that we have to think of. In the Web3 space, the technology itself was born of freedom of expression, of the kind of desire for independence of kind of overarching government oversight and control, and things like monetary sovereignty is also a very big, very significant philosophical component to Web3. And this kind of talk of national domination over technology, it's of course it can make the government wake up and be very concerned and so forth. But I think it's again, it can be very short-term thinking, because later on it might be too late to kind of adjust and react and say, by the way, there are all these philosophical and societal components that we also need to consider for it to be a big tent for all stakeholders to participate. If it simply becomes a matter of national security that we have to dominate the space, this is very restrictive and it can be very antagonistic to a lot of important stakeholders who do not agree in terms of seeing this as simply a national security concern. So I think academics, we have to step into that gap. We have to say, by the way, that's just one voice, that's just one concern, and we have a host of other themes and concerns to consider if we want the participation of everyone who is important, who deserves a voice in the space. And government is, of course, an important actor, but it's only one actor, and we cannot we can't fall into the trap of catering to of short-term thinking. Again, referring to Professor Kwon's thoughts, cannot fall into the short-term thinking trap, and just cater to one actor. So academics, I think, have to fill that gap, and again, be neutral to the extent possible, and say, early on, in kind of create a welcoming space for different stakeholders. So that's my response, Professor Kwon. your thoughts on the specific academic role that we have to play. Thank you.
Listening to what Professor Nam has just said, I feel a great sense of responsibility. I think it was back in 2000 or 2001, there was an event in Stockholm. It was an icon on internet governance. It was the early years. And there was a plenary session held, and the speaker asked a question to the participants, who were mainly internet engineers and experts, around 500 of them. And the speaker asked, do you think technology will prevail over government, or do you think government will prevail over technology? When asked this question, more than about half of the engineers answered that technology will prevail. And at that time, the Napster incident was a hot topic of the day, and discussions revolved around whether DRM technology could protect content, or if cracking technology would outpace it. And I was thinking to myself whether this would really be the case. And if you look back at the history of internet, Professor Nam, you will recall how figures like Jean-Pierre Barlow boldly declared that nation-state power will have no influence. It was like a declaration of independence. However, looking back after 20 or 30 years, it's evident that nation-state power now dominates technology much more significantly today than in the past. It seems like we've reached a point where independent researchers cannot surpass the control exerted by nation states over internet technology, patents, and other aspects of technology. So the question now arises, what should be done next? Those in academia, or those who understand the essence of the issue, continuously has to discuss what needs to be done. And the consensus is that transparency is crucial. It's essential to provide transparency and avoid secrecy or secrecy-driven approaches. And then communication. Communication with the public is important. Some people tend to refer to this as literacy. However, framing it as literacy implies a need to enhance people's capabilities, which leads the conversation in a slightly different direction. Therefore, I believe that academia must focus on how to ensure transparency and how to communicate it to as many people as possible, as this is crucial for addressing this issue. And that's our role moving forward. But it's not a new role. In fact, it's been the focus of the democratic systems that humanity has historically created. So I want to emphasize the importance of paying attention to this aspect. As Professor Nam mentioned, even in situations where national security seems to overshadow everything, we've been experiencing similar challenges over centuries. The strengthening of state power, especially with the rise of conservatism, has always emphasized crisis and the need to protect our society from external threats. In this process, what has suffered? Freedom of expression. And when we discuss these issues, I believe the essence lies, as I mentioned earlier, in transparency and communication. The term emerging technology implies scientific knowledge known only to certain groups. So it's a technology or scientific knowledge held only by a certain number of people. So the problem is how to position those who seek to reap the benefits of such technology before it is fully disseminated, and lobby accordingly. In fact, these are the surviving technologies in terms of regulation. However, such an approach has not allowed technologies to survive for long. Technologies that endure in the long term are mostly those that implement self-regulation, actively communicate such innovations, and ensure rapid dissemination rather than leaving it to the long tail so that they can be more widely communicated. Thus, if one understands this fact well, What should academia do? What is a role that academia should play? As I mentioned earlier, academia should manage this from a neutral standpoint to avoid failure. If individuals in academia lean too much towards the vigilant perspective, become excessively pessimistic, or at the same time overly optimistic, most of them will end up being disqualified. No one will want to listen to them. They will no longer be in demand. Instead, those close with business or closer to those in power will be in demand. So people keep the wheel turning for their own benefit. Considering such a situation, the academia's role is always to strive for securing transparency a bit faster and above all to ensure that communication is not delayed. These two tasks are the roles of academia. However, this work is currently underway in Korea. How to regulate platforms in Korea is currently under discussion, and the same discussion about big tech is taking place in the United States right now. The debate revolves around whether to break up big tech companies, as the U.S. did with AT&T in the past, or to restrict their market, or to spread the influence of technology to other areas. And similarly, in Korea, there is now a debate about platform companies. Currently, Korea has domestic companies competing with global big tech companies in the Korean market, which is one of the few cases worldwide. However, these companies are not only providing innovative services to consumers, but also causing some harm at the same time. Therefore, there is a need to resolve this issue. But right now there is controversy over whether there should be self-regulation or government regulation. And so one is about the market regulation and another is metaverse. And in metaverse, we believe that there will be technological regulation, which will be strengthened. But therefore, these issues are present, and academia has a significant role to play in addressing them. If academia successfully fulfills its role in transparency and communication, regulation can proceed reasonably. However, if autonomous regulation alongside academia fails, stronger state power may establish regulatory authority. And this is my perspective. I believe that within the next 5 years, the Korean government may see initial results in addressing these issues.
Thank you very much, Professor Kwon. Lots of food for thought. I will not forget transparency communication. I think that's very easy to remember, but extremely important and something academic sector is very it's necessary for us to uphold because the private sector and the government are not usually known for transparency and communication. So it's really our role. Thank you very much, Professor Lee. Your thoughts.
네, 전반적으로
Overall, I tend to agree with everything that Professor Kwon has mentioned. I do believe that Professor Kwon spoke more from a government position, and I would like to take this opportunity to take on a more general approach. I think we need to have an environment where we can play as a team, where we can trust each other so that the market can function properly. And that means that scholars have to play their role, and scholars will have their own self-interest. And other people may not agree with me, but I believe that scholars actually have a role to play in leading research, to have the first look, and to share whether something is dangerous or beneficial. So if you think about it, when we do research, we say that we are advancing knowledge, but we're actually creating new knowledge for the advancement of humanity. The reason why we do research and teach is because we are contributing to the dignified lives for all. We need to be true to these fundamentals. I think scholars should remember neutral positions, for example, when emerging technologies are born. If you are driving certain emerging technologies, or even if you are not driving the technology but observing from the sidelines, you also need to maintain neutral positions. I think we have to think about this neutral position. On the other hand, Professor Kwon, you mentioned that AI and other technologies are now difficult to work on unless you do it at some scale, perhaps at the enterprise level or beyond. On one hand, that's quite true, but on the other hand, I think we should also remember that companies are in a race against each other. For example, if it's a 100-meter dash, everyone is in the race, so they don't have time to look at what others need around them. So, for example, if everyone is building a large language model, and if everyone is working to make it bigger and stronger, when we say stronger, we have very few indicators to measure the performance. So there are actually parts that should be seen from multidimensional perspectives. Scholars should contribute from this aspect, and that is why we have organizations such as ACM FACT. In a way, I would say that there are many areas to which individuals can contribute, and those are the areas that may be missed by companies or governments that are running in the race. We need to find these areas quickly and talk about them, because if you're running in a race, you may be running without even realizing which direction you are running. So I think we need more research in these areas. And as Professor Kwan has mentioned, communication is actually very important in our society, which Professor Kwan mentioned with transparency. I think we can say that we do not really know how to communicate. We don't have channels for communications, we don't have protocols to follow, and there are no levels of consciousness that individuals need to follow. So there are no set levels. And these are areas that need to be thought out. When I was studying computers and networks, I used to think that network protocols were more human-like than protocols for human communication. Because before beginning, an input to inform the start of communication, followed by hello, was the protocol. But when people communicate with one another, we actually are not always that friendly. On the other hand, I think that people who are driving emerging technologies should give more consideration to CSR, ESG, or sustainability. When they are presenting these technologies to policymakers, it would be great if there was some kind of checklist for the policymakers that are provided with the technologies. When governments are making these policies, they bring in experts, or they train someone from within, or even hire consultants. But when they do so, they need to be very clear about who they bring in, who they train, and who they consult. It should be clear what kind of advice they are receiving. Well, currently I am working on giving verbal instructions to computers, and when we talk to computers or even to people, the instructions are not as detailed as we might think. When that happens, computers cannot perform the task, nor can humans. When we're hiring or training or looking for advice, we should be very specific, and the government should also make efforts on this front.
Thank you, Professor Lee. Very insightful response. I'm thinking of the fact that academics can be on the front lines, at the edge, ourselves, doing the research that's not being done, providing the input that needs to be there at the very beginning instead of simply reacting. I think that's a great point. And of course, your other points made as well, just very insightful. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Professor Lee, and to both our panelists. Really appreciate the amazing insights and thought-provoking input, because frankly, there's a lot to think about, and it's not something any one person or organization can handle. So hopefully, the audience also comes away with this with a lot of new insights. And we want to thank everyone again for attending this session. And we'll keep in touch. Bye-bye.
Okay. Thank you very much. So I think this had some very inspiring words on how people working in the technology sector or the people who are targeting to use technology in their own domains can approach technology in terms of how new emerging technology in terms of UN SDGs. So with this, we'll conclude this session, and we'll take a 20-minute break and return at 14:20 Seoul time, Korea time, to proceed with our next session on the roles of Korean startups and blended finance in achieving SDGs. Thank you. Welcome back, everyone. Our next session will be led by Ms. Sung-do Kim, attorney at law at Mission Law Firm, and we will be discussing the roles of Korean startups and blended finance in achieving the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals. It's great to see some of the panelists here once again from last year. I think last year we had a wonderful time with these panelists, and I'm looking very forward to this discussion. Sung-do, the floor is yours.
안녕하세요. I'm going to just so that everybody can speak freely. 안녕하세요. 저는 role of Korean startups and blended finance.
Good afternoon. As I've been introduced, I am the moderator for the session titled Roles of Korean Startups and Extended Finance in Achieving SDGs. I am attorney at law at Mission Law Firm. It's already been 10 years since we launched the SDGs, and we are in the mid-2020s. And I believe that the precondition to achieving goals, any goal, is the sustainability of Earth. And I don't think we have had enough time to take a deep dive into this topic, and so we have a list of great panelists for this discussion. We will now go to Ms. Kim Hae-won for her self-introduction. I am from KOICA, and I am Kim Hae-won, a director of private sector engagement team at KOICA. It is indeed a great honor for me to participate on this great panel. In 2009, I joined KOICA, and I started with the project innovation team, and currently I am the director for private sector engagement. And so CTS, IPS, IBS, SMEs, large companies, and impact investments are all under our belt, and it's been 6 years since I have been on this team. Great pleasure to meet you. Next, we have with us Professor Kim Bu-yeol. I am Kim Bu-yeol, Associate Professor at Seoul National University. I study social innovations and sustainable development at the Graduate School of Environmental Studies. Social ventures and social companies continue to be fostered by PPL. Next, we have Ms. Lee Hae-jin from GCF. A great pleasure to meet you, and it's a great pleasure to be able to join this great panel. I am Lee Hae-jin from the Green Climate Fund. Green Climate Fund is the financial mechanism for the UN Environmental Treaty, and we are one of the largest multilateral organizations, and we are headquartered in Songdo here in Korea. Thank you. Next, Mr. Park Yong-jin. I am from Ernst & Young, and I am a partner there, and I'm in charge of climate change and sustainability services. Currently, I provide consulting to large companies related to RE100, net zero strategies, as well as ESG strategies. Before joining EY, I worked at LG for 15 years, and I worked on carbon emission projects and LED as well as PV projects. And I worked on planning new projects. And I was also the head of LG Group's CSR. It's a great pleasure to meet you here today, and it will be a great opportunity for us to discuss climate technologies from a corporate perspective. Thank you very much. Last but not least, Honorable Kim Young-kyung. A pleasure to meet you. I am from 60 Hertz. It's a virtual power plant, and I am the Chief Strategy Officer at 60 Hertz. My name is Eunice Young-kyung Kim. Last summer, I joined 60 Hertz, and before that, for over 2 decades, I have worked on financial investments, and I have worked in the financial sector for 2 decades. I also worked at a venture capital company just before joining 60 Hertz, and I was in charge of the energy sector. And I had an opportunity to work with 60 Hertz and research 60 Hertz, and I found 60 Hertz very interesting, and I was invited by the CEO to join 60 Hertz. I'm sure that you have heard in the media that climate crisis is quite severe, and so we need to have decentralized, eco-friendly power systems in terms of generation. And 60 Hertz is a VPP software operation company, and we have the goal of working with various energy sources to connect them with end customers. Pleasure to meet you. Thank you very much. Everyone spoke very briefly about their career, but you will be able to see in the proceedings the long list of career opportunities that our panelists had enjoyed throughout their lives. Well, let me give you a question as an icebreaker. Let's start with Director Kim Young-kyung first. When we talk about climate crisis, is there a particular turning point that made you interested in climate crisis? Well, I have been interested in the environment for a very long time. In the 1990s, I studied here at Yonsei, and I graduated from the Department of German Language and Literature. And in the mid-90s, I went to Germany to study. And already in the mid-90s, Germany was very prominent about environment. When I would go to grocery stores, they would ask me if I wanted a paper bag instead of a plastic bag. And there were activities to use reusable bags, and that was quite shocking for me. Well, we are amongst the advanced countries now, but in the mid-90s, people really didn't know where Korea was on the map. And so in terms of the environment, we had many aspects that were closer to developing countries. And so that was quite shocking in the 1990s that I had to pay for a plastic bag, and I was there for about 2 months to study German. And they were already separating their garbage for recycling. And glass was actually separated by color at that time. And it was quite a shock for me. So that was a turning point for me to become interested in the environment. I was only there for 2 months, but when I came back to Korea, I tried to make efforts to become more sensitive to environmental issues. And I did forget about the environment after coming to Korea, but I had another turning point because just before joining venture capital companies, I had an opportunity to translate books on ESG impact. And the key word that is threaded throughout the book, as Attorney Kim has mentioned, is sustainability. And so sustainability is the key word for ESG impact. And so the book that I was translating talked about ESG and impact and investments. And these ESG impact investments not only have financial returns, but also societal and environmental results. And so because I was able to translate this book, I became more interested in environmental performance. And in terms of areas of expertise, I provided consulting in areas such as circular economy and future energy sources. And so I decided that this may be a promising field, and that made me more interested in this topic. Thank you for being quite frank. I'm sure that you were quite shocked that she looks so young, but nevertheless, she talked about the 1990s. And you can see that she has rich experience under her belt, and she is able to share those insights with us based on those experiences. Next, let's go to Mr. Park. When did you start to be interested in climate crisis?
So also, I'll go back to the 1990s. That's when I started my master's program. That was back in 1999. And as you can see in my bio, I studied physics. So when I was selecting my major for my master's program, that was in December of 1997, we were hit by the Asian financial crisis. It was a difficult time, but back then there was a Kyoto Protocol. We reached an agreement for the Kyoto Protocol, and that was in December of 1997. In 1996, I was in my undergrad years, and then the next year I started my graduate program. And I was thinking about what I should do. Before that, I was thinking about my major, and then I went on to nuclear fusion physics. And that really established and set the trajectory of my career. So since then, I have been continuously laying the foundation towards science and technology and towards environment. So I think that turning point was the Kyoto Protocol, I can say that. Yes, so that was actually a major turning point. You were talking about money, and then all of a sudden, a Kyoto Protocol. Wow. So how about Ms. Lee? How did you start to take interest in climate change? You've also worked at the World Bank, and now you're working for the GCF, the Green Climate Fund. So can you tell us your turning point? Well, I have to recall back to the years when I was a little bit younger than now. I used to work in the private sector. I was working for a foreign bank, an international bank here in Korea, and I was interested in international organizations back then. And then I was looking in this relevant field, international development, and there are many different sections or sectors within international development, for example, SDG related, poverty eradication and healthcare. But among them, I wasn't that interested in climate change. But then I was in the East Coast, and that was when the U.S. was hit by Hurricane Sandy. And that was when Wall Street was flooded, and there was a standstill. Everything was halted, and the bridges, the streets were just inundated with water. And I could see that even though humans are advanced in many different fields, if we are hit by nature, climate disasters, there's nothing that we can do, and this has a major impact on society. So I thought that it would be great to use the skills that I've developed in this area, and that's how I started to work in this field. Okay, wow, that's enormous. So we were talking about money, and then Kyoto Protocol, and then hurricane. Then how about Dr. Kim? How about you? Well, I've majored in developmental economics, and Malawi in Southern Africa, and then Ethiopia in Eastern Africa, and Ghana, and also in South Asia, Myanmar, and Cambodia. Well, I've been engaged in various poverty eradication programs and also education programs for girls. Well, I have a lot of experience in field experiments related to developmental economics. And then starting in I started to work at the graduate school environmental studies, and I could see that I was a person who was less knowledgeable in this field, least knowledgeable. The name of the graduate school was Graduate School Environmental Studies, and so that's when I started to take interest in the area of climate change. So if you look at my office, well, there are two experts in the field. They're scientists of climate change, so I have a chance to learn a lot from them. Well, thank you very much. So now it's time to listen to Ms. Kim, Director Kim. What was your turning point to take interest in climate change? Well, there were two, actually. And like Professor Kim said, I did my master's program and my undergrad at the School of Environmental Studies. And I think it was one of the classes that he taught, I think. But there was a project, the assignment that I had to do. I had to personally experience the impact of climate change and write a paper on that. So that's when I started to take interest in climate change. And then, as it was mentioned by CSO Eunice Young-kyung Kim, well, we were in my field of work. We have been searching for good, solid startups, and VCs. I could see that they actually search for and source these promising startups and invest in them. And KOICA actually has a specialized model to work with the large corporations and to actually apply ESG to further develop a society and also to implement the SDGs. And in that process, I was able to learn more about climate change. And so KOICA and other development assisting agencies are increasingly learning about climate change, the relevant issues, and the role that we can play. Yes, and so I'm going to ask the same question to myself. And perhaps this might be the softest answer, but I actually had worked with Director Kim at KOICA. I worked at KOICA for 10 years. And then I worked with the Gates Foundation for creating the RECT Foundation. And the field that I was mainly interested in was actually global healthcare. And also I was interested in mother-child health. But I myself had difficulty having a child. But about 3.5 years ago, I gave birth to a wonderful, beautiful child. And my child is very interested in color and also dance. And starting from 2 years old, my child is very good at identifying color in Korean and English. But up till now, there is one color that my child is difficult discerning, and that is the color of the sky blue. When I say sky blue, my child points to the color brown. And I thought, why is this? Is he colorblind? I thought. But no, that was not it. He's very good at pointing out the color red and other colors. So I thought, why is my child having difficulty identifying the color sky blue? And it just hit me that my child lives in an environment where it's not often that you get to see a really clear sky in the color blue, because he was born in the COVID pandemic period. So my child is used to looking up at the sky and everything so gloomy and dark and brown. So that's when it really hit me that we are living in an era of climate change. And my child, for the rest of his life, might end up looking up at the sky and looking at a very brownish, dark sky. So that's when it really hit me that we are living in a very dark, gloomy era of climate change. I have a lot of questions that I would like to ask each and every one of you. But we do have this grand theme that we have to cover. So I would like to ask the first question to Mr. Park. So climate change is not an issue or a challenge of the future. And in order to resolve this issue or the challenge of climate change, we talk about climate tech within the business sector and also around you. I'm sure that you have been looking for the solutions towards climate change and also looking at the various climate techs. But what is the perception within the business sector in terms of solving climate change, and what's the development in relation to climate tech? Yes, well, within the business sector, they look at the bottom line, right? Whether this will make profit. And also, is this related to regulation? Do they have to do this? Whether it's about regulation or whether this is profitable. Also, is this related to risk that is manageable? Now, businesses look at the issue from these three perspectives. And when it comes to climate tech, I think from my perspective, I think that the businesses look at it from two sides. First of all, profitability. Well, climate tech, there are many different sides to it, but then there is the carbon storage, and for that, there's a lot of technology required. So Hyundai, Heavy Industry, SK Innovation. Well, there were 5 entities, including myself, that gathered together yesterday to look at the CSS technology. And people were saying that a lot of money is required for carbon capture and storage business, and that the government needs to provide financial support. To how much extent? And so we were talking about those issues. When it comes to climate tech, there's an extensive amount of budget that is required. That's the number one issue that's being talked about. And the number two, if you indeed inject that much money and you invest that much money, and then there's a lot of different risks and uncertainties associated that you have to manage, then what would be the return coming out of that? You have to make money. So if you do invest in climate tech, there's the people who put the money in it, and then of course there's a benefits coming out from it. But are these aligned together? If not, then this cannot be a business model. So let's say that I've made the investment and it was great for the benefit of humanity, but if I make no money out of it, that doesn't make sense for the business side. That's the reality. So first of all, it requires a lot of money. And number two, there's a lot of risks and uncertainties associated. Despite that, the investment has been made, but will I be able to get something out of it? Will there be a ROI? That's the major concerns of the business side. Yes, so rather than a rosy picture, you talked about the current reality of the business side, that it requires a lot of money, they want some financial support from the government, and they're concerned whether they will be able to enjoy a ROI. So Eunice said this as well, that you like things that can make money. But it requires a lot of money to start this business. That's the perspective or the position of the business sector. The governments and also the international organizations and the private sector foundations, I know, are making a lot of efforts to promote this issue. For example, the SDGs, it's been 10 years since the SDGs have been launched. So having said that, Director Kim Hae-won at KOICA, has there been any efforts made by the government side to actually help the private sector to develop climate tech? Any examples? Well, because KOICA is a ODA agency, and our funds are based 100% on tax, we provide support to the businesses, but there are different characteristics to the support that we provide. For example, when we utilize the innovative technology of startups and provide support to the developing countries, we provide support so that these climate tech can be developed and used in these developing countries. So, for example, purification technology or eco-friendly engines for eco-friendly cars. So we might provide support to develop such solutions. That might be something that we do. And also, like Mr. Park said, if there are large corporations that are that want to invest in new technologies, and usually from the supply chain management perspective, there are infrastructures being built in the developing countries. In those cases, if there are opportunities for ODAs to play a role in the infrastructure development, then we might play a role in working with the businesses. And also among the ESG initiatives that we've recently launched, we have worked with Samsung Electronics to use Samsung Electronics Galaxy in Africa to use their phones for educational purposes, to promote innovation in these African countries. countries. So this is from a circular economy perspective, and we work with MIT on this project, and also with Kolong. We work with used textile. We recycle such used textile, and this is related to S among the ESG. And this is linked with the global supply chain as well. So there are various programs that we have. But the large corporations, compared to the SMEs, they're in a better position. But if we look at the solutions related to climate that we've supported, well, we know that we have to further spread and have the solutions scale. And there are challenges throughout the way. And even if the technologies of the startups are developed, personally, I feel that it's unfortunate that these technologies are not spread more or disseminated more. So in order to have these technologies be further disseminated, the government can play a role, reach an agreement with other countries, or, for example, there can be many different mechanisms. For example, within the CDM, there has to be many global issues that have to be resolved in order for the startups in the business sector to really see their technologies be disseminated, and also for the costs or the burdens for them be eased. But these are the challenges that has to be solved going forward.
Thank you very much. With government support, it seems that many programs are already ongoing. Of course, we do need government support, but I don't think it should be just up to the government. Just like companies cannot do things on their own, this is the same for governments as well. So from that perspective, I do believe that the private sector is also motivated to create funds, one of which is being led by Professor Kim Bo-yeol. So could you share with us an example? Well, Mr. Yongjin Park talked about how companies need to have profits from their investments. So return on investment is always important for companies. Investing in climate means that it calls for a large investment and the risks are high. Large companies, I think they have CSR budgets that they're not too hung up on ROI for. CSR expenses can be used in smarter ways. At the SK Group from 2015, they have worked with startup companies that have environmental results. And so they have a project called Social Progress Credit. It's been 10 years since SK Group has continued with this project. And during the last 9 years, for companies with such results, 68 billion won was provided as cash incentives. This came from CSR budget. So the CSR budget was used to provide grants to startup companies with such environmental results. And LG Group also has a similar CSR project. LG Social Campus is the name of the project that is 13 years old. And I think LG had a great foresight. 13 years ago, LG decided that they're going to use CSR budget for eco-friendly startups. And so within the LG Social Campus, they discovered and fostered and incubated eco-friendly startups. The CSR team for LG Chemical and LG Electronics participates in this project, and about 200 startups have received support from this LG campus, and almost 20 billion won was provided as grants. Large companies have CSR budgets. Of course, companies can invest in technology to contribute to the environment, but CSR budget is relatively more free in terms of ROI scrutiny, and so this is something that we can utilize. Everyone on the panel today may be related to this example of Yuan Kimberly. Yuan Kimberly's CSR budget will be invested into the organization that I work for, and it is a donation, and it was 2 billion. And we created a green impact fund out of that donation. So for startups that are promising and that have great environmental potential will receive funds. And 60 Hertz is one of the companies that we invested in through the fund. And we believe that 60 Hertz has the highest potential for environmental impact. And we actually make an equity investment into these companies. And so we have creative ways of fostering eco-friendly startups in this way. Thank you very much. Well, you can see that we have a great network within the panel. And what is quite amazing is that before we had this panel, I think there was only 2 occasions when we gathered together. But we became one under the topic of climate. Next, we will go to Lee-Hae-jin. So we are talking about climate crisis and climate tech. And could you share with us projects or examples from GCF? Projects that include either startups, or you can also share examples of working with the private sector, any private sector engagement projects. What are some of the ongoing projects? We would like to listen to your example. Well, many people on the panel talked about the role of the private sector, and as a background, I would like to share why the private sector should participate in climate action. The biggest reason is because the funds from the public sector is not enough. Developing countries need $2 to $4 trillion every year to solve the climate issue. That type of mobilization cannot be done by the government alone. And so, how are we going to combine private and public funds to create funds of scale so that it can contribute to solving climate issues across the world? That is why we are talking about blended finance. At GCF, the Private Sector Investment Division always focuses on this concept of blended finance. The reason I have prepared this slide is because there are so many actors and institutions that are already participating in this picture, but each organization have different risk tolerance levels and also average ticket size. So you can see that the x-axis is the average ticket size and the y-axis is the risk tolerance. And if you take a look at the upper left corner, you can see that these are the organizations that have high risk tolerance but have small average ticket sizes. And on the lower right side, you have organizations that have large ticket sizes with low risk tolerances. These are organizations that like to invest in less risky projects. GCF is a partner organization, and there are about 200 organizations that we directly work with. And we also work with co-financiers. KOICA, where Kim Hae-won is associated with, also works with Green Climate Fund. Institutional investors, they have low risk tolerance because they have shareholders and they need to receive risk ratings. And so they cannot participate in risky projects. But GCF also has risk capital that can be mobilized for these projects. That would mean that we can combine or blend GCF funds with institutional investors to effectively invest in appropriate projects at a larger scale. We have invested 14 billion won cumulatively, and currently we have projects that are worth 54 billion won, $54 billion. Well, you don't need to be too focused on this picture at the moment. One of the models of blended finance is related to climate adjustment, environment, and agricultural fund. When we launched the agricultural fund, there were not many funds that were focused on climate change, and there were no funds that were focused on frontier markets such as Africa. But we provided risk capital so that we can blend the fund, and the fund is worth about $60 billion. And we thought maybe at the most 58 billion, but it has grown to 60 billion. And we are now investing with 10 companies. One of the companies is a company headquartered in Kenya, and they are a company that provide water pumps to farmers in Kenya. This company sent us this picture from one farm. You can see that it's a corn farm, and you can see a solar pump for the left side, and the solar pump is used to provide irrigation. And on the right side, you can see crops dying because of the lack of water. In Kenya and in many of the African areas, the amount of rainfall has a direct impact on agricultural yield, and so that is why irrigation is very important. And when there are different weather conditions, they need to be able to continue to grow their crops and harvest so that it can become an economic income for the farmers. And so that is why we are investing in this Kenyan company. The irrigation system is connected to solar panels. And so in the past, diesel power was used to bring water from rivers that were far away, but now solar panels are used for irrigation so that it does not consume fossil fuels, nor do they emit carbon. You can see the clear results, and other villagers also wish to use these services because they are now well aware of the difference that it makes. And according to survey, 90% of the customers were satisfied. They answered that their quality of life was enhanced. And they also mentioned that their ability to adjust to the climate change has also been advanced. So if we invest in these companies, it has a great impact. But can we say that the return on the investment is also great? That's actually still an open question. The revenue of this company grew by 2 to 3-fold, and our target return is double digits. We invested in Series A, and now they are close to completing Series B. Companies like the company that you see on the picture, we hope, will not go through difficulties in finding financing because we hope to continue to finance these companies through our blended finance model. Well, this is a picture that I also want to share with you. This is a picture from another fund in East Africa and West Africa, and in Sub-Saharan Africa. Unlike Korea, they have the lack of electricity. In Korea, electricity penetration is 100%, but it's mostly 50% in Africa. And in remote villages, sometimes it's only 1%. So we have provided solar home systems so that families can enjoy lighting during the night and also charge their cell phones. So we are able to hear of these great impact stories. The children here are enjoying the solar home system to do homework at night, and shops are able to keep their doors open for longer hours. And we have seen in survey results that they're very satisfied with these services. This is a way for us to accelerate transition to cleaner energy, but at the same time, blended finance can be used in other sectors to make sure that we help people adjust to climate change. Thank you very much for sharing those examples. I can see that many people are playing multiple roles to make these stories come true. When you first started, you talked about how it's been 10 years, but you mentioned whether this is worth the investment. Mr. Park, you talked about how we made investments, but are there return on investments? So I did have some concerns about whether we can find the answer, but it seems that we are almost close to the answer. Maybe Director Kim Young-kyung can actually lead us to the answers. So you are a part of a startup company that is focused on climate tech. Could you share with us the projects conducted by 60 Hertz? And in your explanation, could you also talk about your experience in impact investment? I do hope that you can share those two stories with us.
Yes, I might speak a bit too long, but nevertheless, let me try. I personally know Sung-do and also Mr. Park. The other people here on stage, well, because we work in the same ecosystem, we seem to be connected somehow. Before I give you my reply, I want to say that I was listening to the other people speak, and I don't think I can give you the exact answer to your question, but I would like to give you my 2 cents. I said that I joined this company because I thought that this would work and make money. And I will explain why I think so later on. And also Hejin, she mentioned that this is an open question whether this will indeed make profit. And when engaging in impact investment, that was a question that was constantly on my mind. In the long term, of course, it can be profitable, it may not. But when we think about that question, we have to also think about whether economic value is the only value that we should think about. And I'm sure that a lot of the people in the audience already know this, because SK, they keep on talking about the double bottom line, or is it dual bottom line? There is this concept. There's the economic value, and at the same time, there's a social value. So we have to evaluate and assess these 2 different values at the same time. So when we think about whether we are making value, it's not just about the monetary value, but we also have to think about the social value. And there will be one day in the future when all of us think about these dual values. So because of climate change, we are in an increasingly challenging situation. We talk about how the temperature is rising by 1.5 degrees Celsius. And even if there is not a temperature rise, we have to think about the savings. And saving equals the economic value, and it also equals the social value. So the panelists mentioned a lot of good things, and I also want to say that I too have thought about these issues, and I would like to give you my thoughts on these issues. First of all, the role of the startups in terms of achieving the SDGs. On this question, I think that if we look around the world today, in short, I believe that climate is eating the world. And there may be people who are familiar with this title, but climate is eating up the world. Climate is dominating the world. Climate is really eating up the world. And what does this mean? Well, you may be familiar with this phrase, but back in 2011, Alexander Horowitz, this person runs a really big company in the venture capital field in San Francisco. And this person, well, he wrote a commentary on the Wall Street Journal saying that software is eating the world. What does this mean? It means that all companies have to actually be a software company. And Ben Evans, who was a director of that company back in 2014, I think that it was a tech summit back in 2014, said that mobile is eating the world, meaning that mobile will really drive fundamental change around the world. And at that time, I thought that that title, that catchphrase, was really interesting. And now I think that climate is taking the place of climate and mobile, and climate is really eating up the world today. And all companies have to become a climate company. It might be a bit of an exaggeration, but I think that is how we can explain the world today. Up till now, we lived in a world of capitalism, but now we're living in a world of new normal. And this new normal is about climate and also ESG. So if you look at capitalism, at the center are the businesses. And now businesses have to really adjust themselves to the new normal. Around the world, investors are focusing on the climate issue. And in Korea also, there are 5 different sectors of climate tech. There's clean tech, there's carbon tech. In the case of our company, we are part of the clean tech sector. And then there's the eco tech, which is about garbage and circular economy. And then there's the geotech, which is about satellite and also how that can be used for growing crops. So there's geotech, and then there's food tech. There are 5 different sectors, and among the 5, I believe that businesses will have to take part in at least one of the 5 because, like I said, businesses are at the core of capitalism, and the businesses have to really adjust to the new normal of capitalism. And the public market, which means the listed companies, and then there's a private market, which would include a lot of the startup companies. So public and the private market is now making more demands in relation to the climate tech. So this has become really essential. So then, what would be the role of startups against this backdrop? As it was mentioned by Professor Kim Boo-yeol, Yuhan Kimberly created Green Impact Fund, and investment was made into 60 Hertz. And so there's a 1% stake held because of this investment. And then Hyundai ENC and also Hyundai Motors. These companies, actually, large corporations, are shareholders. And in a world where renewable energy mix increases, I do believe that that's the future of the world that these large corporations envision, and that's why they've invested in our company. So, in accomplishing and achieving the SDGs, how is the role of startups different from the role that will be played by the large corporations? And also, how can startups achieve better than large corporations in this new world? Well, startups are agile. You probably heard this before. Compared to the large corporations, these giants, we have agility, and we're good at innovation. These are our major characteristics. And also when it comes to these specific issues, and when it comes to the small communities or the niche areas, we can take a deeper dive compared to the large corporations. So it's not just me, but a lot of the people involved in the startups can play an important role in achieving the SDGs. The startups and the people involved in the startups have great potential. And the startups can actually play a complementary role and work alongside with these large corporations within the ecosystem. And first of all, in terms of agility and innovation, a lot of the large corporations, well, they have their CVCs, the corporate venture capital. And these CVCs, when we categorize investors, there's the FIs and the SIs, the financial investors and the strategic investors. The financial investors, who are they? Well, the VCs are generally characterized as financial investors. They invest for the financial returns. And I, of course, because I was an impact investor, I looked at the impact result as well. But usually, the financial investors, they want to invest in the innovative technology. But when there are new innovative emerging technologies, they tend to monitor what's out there and they make the investments. But for the large corporations, they have the CVCs that they utilize and operate, and they utilize the CVCs to make investments into the innovative technologies. And Hyundai utilized their own internal CVCs to make investment in 60 Hertz. So once again, startups are more nimble, more agile, and we're more creative in some sense. So because of the agility, we can play a role in accomplishing the SDGs. And because of the agility, startups actually can play a role in terms of the environmental sustainability and also can be more swift and agile in coming up with the solutions for environmental sustainability. And also, we can target the niche market. There are a lot of startups that really target a specific niche market. Of course, there are startups that just hide in the niche market and they just end up there and dissolve. But I think that it's important to ensure that these niche markets become a main market. Anyhow, these startups has the expertise to a level that sometimes the large corporations cannot reach. And also, when it comes to the local communities, the startups can have a great influence over these local communities. Of course, the large corporations can have such influence as well. But when it comes to the appropriate or the right level of effectiveness, I think that these startups can really build themselves up and root themselves in these local communities and work with them within the communities and play a more effective role. And also, these startups can be more flexible in terms of collaboration because the large corporations, in order for them to play an active role, they may sometimes have some limitations in terms of the flexibility because there's a lot of different stakeholders. There's the NGOs, there's the academia, there's the government. And when trying to collaborate with all of these different stakeholders, it might be more easier for the startups to show greater flexibility and work with these diverse players. And last but not least, in terms of impact investment, well, I worked in impact investment field, but not that long. I worked for a long time as an equity analyst for a long time. And then, as it was mentioned before, we call this a patient capital because the results do not come out within a short period of time. That's why investors, aside from the financial profits or the financial value, they also look for the social values as well. And the large corporations, they do a lot of different things. Especially the chaebol, large corporations, they are involved in many different areas, whereas the startups, they're involved in a certain limited area. For example, when I was a venture capitalist, I could see that the startups, they had these very specific expertise. And for example, they had their specific BMs that they would point to. So anyhow, I think I've gone on for too long, but that's all I would like to say. Yes, thank you, Young. So, of course, the moderator's role is to summarize what the panelists say, but I think that Young has been very to the point, so there is no need for me to summarize. But anyhow, she did mention that we're living in an era of a new normal, and the businesses, unlike the past, and as it was mentioned by Mr. Park, well, I think in the past, the companies just looked at the monetary value or the financial value only. But unlike the past, now large corporations are looking beyond that. And large corporations are collaborating with startups. And indeed, we can see that these large corporations have really changed over the years. For example, I was part of the deep tech accelerator called Future Play. And as a lawyer, attorney, I provided a guideline for responsible ESG investment. And in 2020, ESG became a really big hot buzzword, and that was because BlackRock, Larry Pink, BlackRock is a very famous investment institution, and he sent out a message saying that you have to make sure that you if it's not a company that's socially responsible, that's not focusing on ESG, then we will not be investing in that company. And that's when the ESG really became an issue and garnered people's attention. Deep Tech Accelerator is a place that invents in promising technology, but Future Play have now realized that responsible investment is also important as well. And that's when it started to acknowledge the importance of ESG and also the changes within the Korean society as well, that there's a guideline coming out about responsible investment and ESG guidelines and etc. So we can see that the perception throughout the industries and also within our society is changing. As it was mentioned, it's not just the economic value, but also the social value and also governance-related values that are being emphasized these days. So thank you very much for all of your opinions and your comments. And also you've mentioned about the startups and the role that they can play in terms of achieving the SDGs and also the role of blended finance. So thank you very much.
감사드리고
Thank you very much for joining us. And this is the end of the panel that we have prepared. But allow me to wrap up. Al Gore has mentioned that climate crisis is not a problem, but it is an opportunity for us to make a better choice. Barack Obama also made this very famous statement: we are the first generation to feel the effect of climate change and the last generation to do something about it. So we are the generation, the first one to feel climate change, and we are also the last generation to do something about it. And so in the next 6 years, as we have worked very hard in the last 10 years, I hope that we will seize this opportunity and remember that we are the last generation to make changes. And so we need to look for solutions in innovative and creative ways. That really is the way forward. I hope that we can end on that note of hope. But if there are any questions from the floor, we will open the floor for questions. Good afternoon. I am an intern at KGCF, and it's a great opportunity for me to be here. I have a question for Ms. Kim Young-kyung. Well, Mr. Park has mentioned this before. So when we plan projects, although you did make a large investment, sometimes the companies do not benefit from those investments. When we find solutions for climate crisis, you mentioned that there are benefits, and companies, they may actually need to share those benefits with others. What is your opinion concerning this? That's a great question. When I was at an impact investment company, I always heard those questions. So we visit LPs and ask for investments. For example, we ask for investments at SK and Samsung, and they always ask the exact question that you asked. But I don't feel comfortable naming this specific company over and over again. But why is SK so proactive in this area? Well, I don't know if this is the best of example, but I think it's a great marketing tool. I think it was about 2 years ago, Hyundai department store located in Pangyo did not have high revenues, but I heard that Patagonia was the only brand whose revenues continue to increase. Well, I read the book about their brand and it wasn't very interesting, so I didn't finish the book because the book was so full of people who were kind and good. Everyone here today, including myself, we are conscious of the environment. And of course, it's great to be good, but the older you get, you are not as naive as you used to be when you're younger. I do believe that things that go completely against self-interest cannot succeed. So companies, they are making investments because it benefits them, whether it be tangible or intangible benefits. That is why SK is working so hard in this area, and that's the same for other companies as well. Companies, we're not saying that they should do good for humankind. And I think it's best to say that it has financial benefits, but I don't think that that is completely true now and in the future. So what we do need to emphasize is that it does have a positive impact on reputation. This is important because people would say, SK, oh, that's a company that does this and that. Generation X, we may not care, but the MZs, they are very sensitive to that. And there are the generations that come after them, those who were born in the 2010s and 2020s. For them, it's a part of their everyday lives. And so if you don't recycle plastic, and people would say, why aren't you recycling plastic? And so recycling is already a part of their lives, and they take it for given. And the reason why Patagonia is doing so well is because of that. Because if you have that brand logo on your clothing, it shows that I care for the environment. Well, I'm not sure if people want to show that they are for the environment or if they're actually for the environment, but I think the end effect is the same. Reputation is not built overnight, and it's actually directly related to the revenues. Of course, I haven't written papers on that, but I'm sure that there's a positive correlation. And I think that's the answer that I can give you. I'm a capitalist, and so I don't know if companies would 100% agree with this, but as time goes by, we will realize in hindsight what a big issue climate change was and what a great opportunity it was for individuals and companies to come into the limelight. Well, I would like to add to that, as you have mentioned before, those who were born in 2000s and 2010s, if they see their parents not recycling, they would think that that's quite primitive. My child is 3.5, born in 2020. And my 3.5-year-old actually goes to the Koika daycare center, and she visited the environmental center run by Koika. She went there just once, but she can remember everything she heard on that field trip. And she said, all of the ice is melting on the North Pole. The Earth is becoming so hot that it's difficult for polar bears to live. And she was so saddened by those stories. And she tells me, you can't throw away plastic like that. The 3.5-year-old always tries to teach me about plastic. She says, I always have to take the top off because the top is a different color. So as you have mentioned, I think it's just around the corner. Those who were born in 2010 are already teenagers, and those born in 2020s, they will never purchase products that ruin the environment. We have to keep that in mind. And as investors, return on investment, we always think in terms of 7 to 8 years. And those kids born in 2010s, they will be the mainstream consumers when we are looking forward to the return on our investments. And so I do believe that the investment is worthy. I did miss something very important. Capitalists always like to mention that companies have no choice but to do this because in 2025, ESG reporting will be mandated, and in France, No, it wasn't France. I think it's EU overall, and even in the US, in either 2025 or 2026, a lot of the companies within the supply chain will be mandated to disclose carbon footprint, and they have RE100 related conditions. For example, if BMW is importing steel from Hyundai, then Hyundai has to comply with all of the environmental standards of Europe. So if we wish to export, and as we are an export-driven economy, we need to comply with all of the rules within the value chain and supply chain. So we have no choice.
Yes, so actually we have gone over time, but if there is a burning question, one last question, maybe we can take that before we close the session. Yes, thank you very much. This was a very impressive session. I am from Hanyang University, and I'm in a PhD program developing a Korean satellite. There are different startups making satellites that I work with, and these companies, these startups, well, they are conducting a lot of research in terms of climate action, but from the diplomacy side, well, there are some unique Korean characteristics. And so, considering the characteristics of Korea, are there any areas or fields that Korean startups can really shine in or do better in? For example, in Japan, Japanese companies are actually developing satellites using wood because Japan is very strong in dealing with wood. So, having said that, are there any areas, promising areas that you can think of? Well, I worked in a VC company, but I've never looked into the satellite company before. Well, I have worked with the Ministry of SME and Startups, and well, there was a program about deep tech and a super gap, and starting from last year, we have been providing in-depth support to the startups, and there's a separate sector for the space area or sector that the government provides support for. And this is related to deep tech support or grants. So I understand that we are actually waiting for businesses to contact us. So if you give me a call, then I can give you more information. So, well, there was a QTech seminar that I participated in, and we talked about the range of QTech. For example, strategic semiconductors should be included, and semiconductors or satellites should be included in QTech. I'm not sure which part of satellites you're working on, but I understand that satellites are being utilized for analyzing climate-related information. And I understand that satellites are used for climate issues. I don't think there's a lot of talk about utilizing satellite in terms of the hardware. You talked about using trees because trees, it passes the microwaves, and also now we have micro-sized satellites, which is a really big benefit. So the hardware of satellites, I don't think there's a lot of talk about the hardware side in relation to the climate tech, and also the monitoring for the forests, and also agriculture-related monitoring, and also climate and disaster monitoring or climate forecasting. I know that these areas has been covered by climate tech, but your area and the satellite hardware-related area has not been fully covered. So I'm not sure if this answered your question. Let me also answer your question. There may be some areas of climate tech that Korea can do better than other countries, but I don't think we necessarily has to have that kind of sector, because of course there can be, if we use analogy of soccer, there can be players like Son Heung-min, but then there are other soccer players who don't really go pro or go into the European League, but these players, soccer players, can play in soccer matches in their local communities. Of course, it's important to play at the global level, but I think that there's a role that you can play in any level, including your local community. And if you look at YouTube, you can see that there are a lot of sports players, athletes, who actually are playing in the leagues within their local communities who earn a lot of money, and despite the fact that they haven't become a professional sports athlete. So I think that there's a way to contribute at all levels.
Those were interesting questions until the very end. I did not imagine that we would have questions on satellites, but we had a great answer to that question. It makes me very happy. This brings us to the end of our panel today. Thank you very much for joining us until the very end. Thank you.
Very much for the exciting panel. So a lot of our students are interested in startups. Unlike when we were going in college, we kind of were trained to go into, I'm not going to say a company name, but large size firms. But I think recently I've seen a lot of students interested in startups, and I think this session gave the students a new perspective on how startups can contribute to SDGs despite their smaller sizes and the diversity that they can bring. Thank you very much one more time. Okay, so we have concluded this session, and the next and final session at Grand Ballroom A will be held in 10 minutes at 15:40. Thank you. Okay, welcome back, everyone. Finally, it's our last featured session at Baekhyang-Nuri Grand Ballroom A. And our last feature session is a very special session that was prepared by our students and staff on their experiences on the impact assessment of non-curriculum higher educational activities. We'll be watching a series of videos for this session prepared by staff members and students. And in the first video, Ms. Sun-Young Park, a senior staff at the Institute of Higher Education Innovation at Yonsei University, will talk about the activities at IHEI for supporting student-led social innovations. Let's watch the video.
Good afternoon. I am Sun-Young Park from the Institute for Higher Education Innovation, IGEI, of Yonsei University. I've been studying the role of design as a tool for solving social problems, and now I am supporting students who would like to solve social challenges and innovate society. I'm very excited to introduce our organization and students today. I will first speak about our SDG-based extracurricular program, Workstation, social impact measurement, and our students will go on to share with you some case studies. Here's a table of contents for today's presentations. Before we talk about today's topic, impact measurement, I would like to give you a quick introduction of our institute. Yonsei University's Institute for Higher Education Innovation, IHEI, was established to address not only the increasing importance of sustainable development and the worsening social environmental changes such as economic inequality and environmental pollution, but also to move beyond the limitations of performance-oriented one-way education in Korean higher education. It was established in 2018. IHEI aims to lead the transformation of higher education by nurturing future-oriented talents who contribute to social innovation. Through this, it seeks to expand positive impacts across society as a whole. Our program is broadly structured as a dual-track system with a curriculum-based program and extracurricular program. It is designed to maximize synergy between programs by combining theoretical learning with hands-on experience. In our curriculum-based program, over 40% of enrolled students participate with a cumulative total of over 36,000 students. Additionally, our extracurricular program include various initiatives such as social participation programs, social value internship programs, and community-based mentoring programs. Among these, the Workstation, a student-led social innovation projects support program, stands out as our flagship program. At IHEI, we provide semesterly activity support funds as scholarships to teams addressing social issues based on the SDGs. In addition to this, we operate a diverse support system, including expert consultation, special lectures, networking programs, and space support. In 2023, a total of 1,789 students from 300 teams participated in Workstation activities, supporting a cumulative total of 1,126 teams and 6,756 individuals engaged in social innovation activities. With scholarships awarded to address social issues amounted to 3.08 billion won. Furthermore, investments received externally through student projects have exceeded twice the amount of scholarships, totaling 7.57 billion won. Additionally, 53 incorporations have been established by students thus far. To help you understand the program better, let me introduce two representative teams from the Workstation programs. First, the Sunflower team is engaged in workstation activities with the theme of developing specialized software learning aids for people with visual impairment, specifically focusing on mathematics. They have developed AI-based specialized software aimed at breaking down barriers to accessing mathematical subjects during the learning process for the visually challenged. They have completed user testing and are currently on the verge of product launch. Next, we have the Rizio team, a workstation team that produces eco-friendly biodegradable toothbrushes with brush replacements. They have developed a prototype that addresses the persistent issues with existing eco-friendly toothbrushes and have completed trademark registration. Additionally, they have been selected for the Ministry of SME and Startups pre-startup package, and you'll have the opportunity to learn more about both teams in the upcoming presentations. Next, I would like to talk about measuring the impact of IHEI. First, what is impact? According to one researcher, impact refers to the changes that occur as a result of activities of a specific organization. When asked, ChatGPT also mentioned that it is the effect that an organization or individual has on the well-being of society. So why do we measure this impact? Because if we cannot measure, we cannot manage. And if we cannot manage, we cannot improve. At our Institute of Higher Education Innovation, since its establishment, we have consistently accumulated basic statistics and performance data. However, we have come to realize that merely accumulating data has limitations in terms of performance management. Moreover, while program evaluations are conducted at the level of educational institutions, attempts to measure impact are rare. Therefore, attempting to measure impact as an educational institution itself holds significance. Through impact measurement, we aim to verify whether the creation of impact aligns with the vision and mission set by our institution and to gain new insights into further directions for our IHEI. To measure the impact of the workstation within the IHEI, we mapped out the activities throughout the entire duration, as these activities are organically connected together. We utilized change theory to examine what resources were input, what activities were carried out, what outcomes were achieved, and what impact and vision the Institute had as a result. Throughout this process, all members of the organization participated, engaging in opinion gathering and discussion sessions. In conclusion, we found that the vision and impact of the IHEI can be divided into two dimensions, the higher education dimension and the social innovation ecosystem dimension. However, we also observe significant overlap and interconnectedness between these two dimensions. If you examine the structure through which impact is created, you can see the financial, organizational, and human resources are the program inputs for program goal achievement, and based on these inputs, planning, operation, execution, performance management, and feedback compose a basic flow of activities. Outputs from educational program operations were categorized as educational outputs, while various additional outputs resulting from student projects were organized as student project outputs. Accordingly, outcomes were divided into institutional platform performance and project performance generated by students utilizing this platform. It was evident that these outcomes converged into the impact and vision of the two dimensions of the IGEI. Next, we aim to visualize the structure of impact as an impact model. The most crucial aspect of this process was determining how to visualize the relationship between the vision and impact of the two dimensions emphasized by our institute. Firstly, in this hemispherical impact model, we presented the impact of the higher education dimension by the size of the circle at the bottom of the sphere. This implies that education is at the root of the impact of the social innovation ecosystem dimension that we want to create. As the more we spread examples of education that can strengthen social innovation awareness and capacity in society, the more the circle will gradually expand, and the more likely it is that the size of the circle itself will increase. We also define that the volume of the circle can increase as achievements of the social innovation ecosystem dimension presented earlier in the impact structure diagram increase. Before we started measuring impact, we classified the stakeholders of the program and analyzed the benefits so we could set the target of impact measurement and how to measure it. For impact measurement, we collected both quantitative and qualitative data, and, as in the impact model, we separated the educational dimension from the social innovation ecosystem dimension and summarized each type of data and analysis in a table. Next, I would like to present the results of the impact measurement. First, we conducted an analysis of the basic data that we had been collecting. We divided the analysis into curricular, extracurricular, and promotion communication aspects. In the curricular aspect, we observed a continuous growth trend in quantitative data indicating the need for further enhancement, particularly in integrating excellent curriculum projects with extracurricular workstation programs. Additionally, in the extracurricular aspect, we noticed a significant increase in external investment and funding, highlighting the role of our institute as a platform for social innovation-related startups and prompting ongoing considerations regarding support directions. Finally, by reviewing the operational performance of the social media platform, we were able to think about the direction forward for future content creation. Here is an analysis of the results from the survey on social innovation capacity and perception. For this impact measurement, we conducted a survey targeting 71 students who participated in the workstation program in 2022. The survey aimed to measure the changes among students. The survey was divided into two main sections. The first section focused on the students' experiences within the workstation program, designed with quantitative questions to assess whether significant changes occurred among students through the program. Additionally, questions were asked to understand what aspects of the program were helpful to the participants, aiming to gain insights necessary for designing and modifying future programs at the workstation of the IGEI. The second section aimed to assess changes in students' perceptions and capacities regarding social problem solving and social innovation. The survey results showed that over 80% of respondents reported an increase in the ability to discuss or collaborate on social innovation-related topics through participation in the workstation program. Additionally, a majority of respondents indicated an increase in access to experts for advice. These findings confirm the networking effect of the workstation and the dissemination of social innovation awareness. Next, we assessed whether the values and impact intended to be conveyed to students through the workstation program were effectively communicated. We examined whether students perceive that values and impact they gain through participation in the workstation align with the objectives of addressing social issues and fostering innovation. The survey results show that the highest proportion of respondents identified the perception of the need to address societal issues and the capacity to generate new ideas as the most significant outcomes gained through participation in the workstation. Following this, respondents also highlighted networking opportunities, career exploration, and guidance as valuable aspects of the program. These responses these responses substantiate the educational outcome defined in the impact structure. As a final question regarding the workstation experience, we asked about the most helpful aspects of the program support services. It's aimed to review current support services and inform future student support strategies. After participating in the workstation program, students expressed a sense of empowerment and a newfound belief in their ability to contribute directly to solving societal issues. They felt a sense of purpose and value in their work, even if immediate economic impact may not be visible. They felt supported in driving social impact. Through these responses, they said that they benefited, and we were able to reaffirm that IGE's identity is indeed one of a supportive platform for various initiatives aimed at addressing societal issues. We were able to confirm that our institute is moving in line with the intended direction of program planning, which aims to support students' actions and challenges in addressing social problems. Next, we analyzed the results of the second section of the survey, which focused on students' perceptions and changes in their capabilities. The section employed a post-survey method where students self-assessed their progress after participating in the program. Subsequently, we conducted surveys using the same questions at the recruitment stage to compare the pre- and post-survey results. Through the analysis of the survey, we confirmed that participation in the workstation program contributes to enhancing students' awareness and capabilities in social innovation. This reaffirms that our institution is indeed nurturing individuals capable of making real contributions to social innovation. Additionally, to understand the value and significance of the workstation from various stakeholders' perspectives, we conducted focus group interviews, FGIs. These FGIs were conducted separately for the educational aspect and the social innovation ecosystem aspect of impact. For investigating the educational aspect of impact, we interviewed the policy platform team at the Korea Development Institute, the KDI. The reason for selecting KDI as our interview target was their alignment with the vision of the Higher Education Innovation Institute, IHEI, during the planning of their Young Working Program, a policy exploration program currently underway at KDI, which led them to benchmark our workstation program through interviews with IHEI. The main question asked during the FGIs revolved around benchmarking points and the resulting outcomes of the program. Through these interviews, we were able to confirm the educational impact contributing to the paradigm shift in higher education. Additionally, to assess the impact from the perspective of the social innovation ecosystem, we interviewed the founder of Mashup Angels, an early-stage startup investment firm. The reason for interviewing Mashup Angels was because it had made a seed investment in Wharton Technologies, a generative AI platform startup founded by students who participate in the workstation program. During the interview with Mashup Angels, we focused on evaluating the reasons for investing in the startup and IHEI's role within the social innovation ecosystem. In conclusion, we were able to confirm the impact of IHEI as a provider of talent within the social innovation ecosystem. This provided valuable insight for future program planning and operational strategies. Finally, to measure the social impact of the workstation, we analyzed the results and portfolios of 206 teams that participated in the workstation program over the course of 2022. Through this analysis, we classified the students' outputs into 5 types: research, networking, and dissemination campaigns, as well as intangible and tangible resources. These types of impact were structured into an impact performance framework, which we aim to apply to future workstation programs for impact measurement and management. Through this impact performance framework, we will classify activity themes for each stage. Through this impact measurement, we have identified the following impacts of the IHEI. First, we observed a consistent growth and expansion trend in both the circular and extracurricular programs based on quantitative data analysis. Additionally, it contributes to the dissemination of social innovation education, and we have seen an enhancement in students' capacity for addressing social issues and an improvement in their awareness. This indicates that our institute is progressing according to our intended mission and vision. However, I believe a point of even greater significance than the impact measurement results shown earlier is the fact that our institute's members have had several discussions to reassess our vision and mission, especially considering the perspective of working level practitioners were taken into account during this process. Through such discussions, we have come to realize that IHEI is not just a higher education institution, but also an intermediary organization for social innovation ecosystem. We can now consider incorporating this awareness into our future institutional operations. Furthermore, another significant outcome of these discussions is that the process has provided educational and professional stimulation to the Institute's members. It's also crucial to note that even in minor decision-making processes, we now consider the Institute's impact at the core of our programs. In addition, the establishment of a system for categorizing students' project outcomes is a major achievement. We have introduced a new process during the application procedure for the workstation program, where applicants are prompted to consider the impact of their projects, and in the future, we aim to provide detailed guidance on measurement indicators and methods for each impact type. As we continue to accumulate such outcomes, it will naturally enable us to continuously measure the impact of higher education innovation. Through our impact assessment, IHEI has been able to confirm our quantitative growth over the past 5 years, and we were able to identify the basis for future qualitative growth based on the understandings driven from the assessment. With that, I would like to end my presentation, and I hope that the presentations of our workstation teams will enable you to gain a better understanding of IHEI's impact. Thank you very much.
So I think it's, so measuring the quantitative or qualitative impact of such outcomes is quite challenging, but I think they did a quite interesting job at the IHEA EI. And in the next video, we're going to have Mr. Yusung Che. He's the Transpil algorithm developer for the team 해바라기, and also an undergrad student in the College of Commerce and Economics at Yonsei University. And he'll be discussing about his experiences on how Team 해바라기 has contributed towards making a better world for the visually impaired. Let's watch the video.
Hello, I am Che Yusung from Sunny Braille that was developed by Team Sunflower. I would like to start with my personal story. I had a lot of trouble studying math in school. It was often said that there is a flood of resources, but there are very few resources that are accessible to people with visual impairment. Therefore, I always had to start studying math with finding an available textbook. Someone would read to me, and I spent a lot of time writing down the math problems myself. I used to write down the math problems using a Braille information terminal. This is an assistive device that enables working with documents and the internet like a computer. Things were not so different even in college. Calculus, written by James Stewart, is widely used as a calculus textbook at universities. It is well known, but there is no available version for the visually impaired in Korea. On the other hand, in the US, there is so much math materials available. But there is a twist. When you take a closer look, you'll find that the textbooks omit almost all of the equations. Of course, no one can study math without equations. This is the current reality of math textbooks written in Braille. So why is there such a shortage of math textbooks available for students with visual impairment? The reason is the inefficient and time-consuming process of publishing math textbooks in Braille. The process of converting letters into Braille is called Braille transcription. Currently, math Braille transcription is done manually by Braille transcribers due to the low accuracy and inconvenience of different computer programs. In addition to low accuracy, existing Braille programs are also inaccessible to non-Braille users because they are difficult to use. That is why we developed Sunny Braille. Our team has been working with the Social Innovation Workstation for the past year. The Social Innovation Workstation, run by Yonsei University's Institute for Higher Education Innovation, is a non-majors program where students with a social innovation mindset gather to discover and find solutions for social issues. Started in 2018, the workstation has had a great year in 2023 with the participation of 17,000 students across 300 teams. Once selected for the workstation, teams receive various support throughout the semester. In addition to financial support, teams are provided with meeting space as well as access to expert lectures. Our team held weekly meetings thanks to the grant we received. We were also able to develop our services and also attend a social impact course at the end of the semester to help us measure the impact of our solution. I think the best part of the workstation is iFesta, held at the end of the semester. That is where we share our results. Last year, we participated during the first semester via YouTube video. I watched other teams' project presentations on the YouTube channel of the Institute for Higher Education Innovation and was inspired by the work of fellow students covering various areas of the UN SDGs. During the second semester, we were fortunate enough to take the opportunity to present our work in person at the main event. The event allowed us to network with other workstation teams, and it was a great opportunity to learn from each other. I would like to take this opportunity to thank the Institute for Higher Education Innovation for encouraging creative ideas and providing a great opportunity for university students to engage in meaningful activities. Now I would like to introduce the specific workstation activities of my team over the past year. Problem definition, cause identification, and solution ideation was what we conducted during the first semester. We conducted 3 rounds of interviews to learn about the environment for learning math for students with visual impairment and also to define the issue at hand. The first interview was conducted with vocational high school students to investigate the overall learning environment of students with visual impairment. From the interviews, we learned that students with visual impairment have difficulty accessing textbooks, understanding visual materials, and also taking notes when studying. This was especially true for math, where it was more difficult to access official textbooks compared to other subjects. And understanding shapes and graphs was also an issue. After learning from the first round of interviews that math particularly was difficult for students with visual impairment, we conducted a second round of interviews to get a more detailed picture of the environment for learning math. We spoke to a math teacher and a math tutor to learn more about the prospects of working at schools for students with disabilities and how students with visual impairment learn math, along with the relevant processes and the tools they use. Based on these interviews, we created a map of math learning journey of students with visual impairment. We divided the learning process into 2 phases, learning concepts and problem solving. For each phase, we analyzed the challenges that students encounter at school, during tutoring lessons, and when studying alone at home. Based on this journey map, we decided that we need to discuss the problems that we would focus on. We decided that problems at the personal level, such as the student's ability to teach and the student's ability to learn, could not be solved by university students. So we decided to focus our attention on the issues at the individual levels encountered when studying alone rather than at school or during tutoring lessons when students are more influenced by teachers. And in particular, we focused on the difficulty of getting the appropriate learning materials, which has nothing to do with the students' ability to learn. It's sad that even the best math students have to give up studying more in-depth materials because they're not able to access appropriate math textbooks. Once we decided to focus on this issue, we interviewed 3 students to learn more about the process of preparing math textbooks and difficulties that they faced in accessing math textbooks. During the third interview, we learned that the Braille information terminals were not able to recognize equations from word processors, so math Braille textbooks have to be created using a special file called VRF, which makes it more time-consuming for welfare centers to create math textbooks. For the third interview, we came up with the final problem definition. We thought about how to quickly and accurately distribute math textbooks to students with visual impairment, and so we started to think about the possible solutions. Our team came up with two solutions. One is Sunny Braille, a service that automatically transcribes math problems into Braille, and the other solution is Sunny Graphic, a service that extracts only the graphic parts of math problems and creates tactile materials using three-dimensional printer. The development went into full-fledged during the second semester. After several team meetings, we decided to focus on developing Sunny Brailles for equations first. We conducted the fourth round of interviews before the development. To understand the actual job of Braille transcription, we consulted two Braille transcribers. We divided the process into 5 stages and summarized the tools and issues for each stage. Among them, we selected 5 issues that we wanted to focus on, so we decided that what was important to consider when developing Sunny Braille were the 5 points that we will be focusing on. First, we need to improve the recognition rate of text containing equations and accurately incorporating the results back into textbooks. And as a result, we successfully developed Sunny Braille. We created an equation algorithm that converts equations into Braille. We created a web app for users as well. And at the end of the semester, we conducted a user test. So let's watch a quick demo of Sunny Braille.
제품 소개, 스킵 내비게이션 제품 파일 도움 날, 써니 브레일 33X 써니 브레일. 써니 브레일
쉽고 빠르다는 캐치프레이즈.
So under the catchphrase quick and easy, Sunny Braille is a service that's based on automatic transcription of math equations with just images. Eventually, we plan to create not only a website but also mobile apps, and we hope to support Math Braille in other countries outside of Korea. This is our end goal as an architecture. So far, we developed a web service that engages with some math equations at the middle and high school level. Our team is trying to build customized technologies through our own development rather than utilizing other companies' technologies. We have developed an equation algorithm and are also working on technology to extract text from images. The strengths of our service are threefold. First, it is an automatic transcription service that specializes in formulas. Second, it can also be used by users who do not know Braille because the transcription process is automatic. And third, the web design is designed for web accessibility so that it can be easily used by students with visual impairment with the help of screen readers. Sunny Braille improves the learning experience by quickly delivering learning materials for math to students with visual impairment. In that sense, it can contribute to the UN SDG for quality education and reducing inequality. It is also meaningful that it saves cost and time for Braille transcription. We measured the social impact in terms of cost and time. It costs about 2.62 million won to transcribe one book at a welfare center, but Sunny Braille can transcribe only at 80,000 won. and we reduced the time from 51 months to 36 minutes. As I mentioned earlier, we conducted a user test with a total of 6 people, including students with visual impairment, parents, and teachers, at the end of second semester. It was rewarding to receive feedback that our solutions solved inconveniences during our user testing. We will continue to participate in the Social Innovation Workstation and strive to develop services that can make a real impact on society. Why do you focus on math learning for students with visual impairment? Isn't the demand too small? This is a question we often get when we introduce our service. It's not about the number of people. Education is about bringing out the best in students. And if there are barriers that stand in the way of this, it's natural to try and solve them. They say that if you turn a wall on its side, it becomes a bridge. We at Sunnyvale will do our best to break down the barriers to learning for students with visual impairment. Thank you.
Very impressive service, very impressive software developed by the Hebarage team. There was a definite need for it. They had a very nice motivation, and then the execution plan was also, I think, very well executed. So looking forward to what they're going to do next. So the final video we would like to share with you today is by Miss Seo Hyun Park, the CMO of Resio, and she's a graduate student of the College of Human Ecology here at Yonsei University. She'll be discussing about her experiences in making environment-friendly toothbrushes. So let's take a look at her video.
I would like to begin the presentation of the Resio team from the Yonsei University IGEI Workstation Program of the first half of 2023. Good afternoon. I am Seo Hyun Park of the startup Resio, which was created by myself and 2 co-founder friends. With the slogan, "We make the new way," Resio is a team that wants to create a new, positive change in everyday life. Our first product is a toothbrush made with only natural materials with replaceable heads. And we are trying to start a manufacturing startup to offer consumers a new experience of conveniently replacing toothbrush heads, just like you would replace razor blades. The Resio team has prepared a startup that focuses on the various sustainable development goals, especially goal number 12, which is responsible consumption and production. And I would like to share with you the Resio team's journey to achieve this goal. First, we identify the problem through the workstation program. Is it worth the inconvenience to use a product if it's eco-friendly? The Resio team wanted to take on a different perspective. We wanted to make a good product that was environmentally conscious in its manufacturing process, but prioritize usability. We were quite alarmed when we learned that toothbrush waste is a serious environmental problem around the world. We learned that 12 million tons of toothbrush waste has accumulated since the first toothbrush was produced, which is equivalent to the weight of 30 Lotte World Towers. Everyone uses a toothbrush every day for the rest of their lives, a consumable and a necessity that needs to be replaced over and over again. Have you ever thought that it's a bit wasteful to have a plastic toothbrush that you have to discard once the brush heads are worn out? In fact, recently there has been a growing number of users who have realized this problem and are looking for eco-friendly toothbrushes, but it hasn't really caught on. Why aren't consumers looking for eco-friendly toothbrushes? For many, it is because they're uncomfortable to use and they're not attractive in terms of their design, or even worse, are damaged and end up being thrown away because they're eco-friendly but not good to use. So the Resio team did a lot of research and user interviews to find a solution. And then we came up with a great idea. What if one day you could just change your toothbrush head like you change your razor blade? A toothbrush that you throw away anyway. So if you could just replace the brush head, you could minimize the use of plastic. And if we were going to make a good product, it would be great if we could make it from eco-friendly materials rather than use it plastic. The Rizio team conducted surveys, user interviews, and validated that there was a specific consumer needs for a head replaceable toothbrush. We worked with raw material partners to develop new materials to replace plastic, and then we researched materials, made our own molds, prototyped them, tested them, and even created a pilot group to carry on trials. In the process, we found that consumers had a similar need for products that felt good to use while being environmentally friendly. Meanwhile, the year-long journey that started from scratch hasn't been easy at all, and our Rizio team has faced many trial and errors along the way. The first toothbrush to be injected with a new biomass material instead of plastic was indeed a great challenge, and we encountered unexpected problems such as having to stop production just before the launch. But what helped us overcome these challenges was a brand value that we had established, which was that if we communicate openly, transparently, and sincerely, people will believe and support us no matter what. We put this into action by meticulously documenting and sharing every step of our journey, every success and every failure. And the window for communication was our Instagram account, Rizio Maker, which I still run today, with the theme of the diary of the marketer of a startup founder of Rizio toothbrush. I recorded the journey of our Rizio team, our thoughts, trials and errors, and all the processes, as if I was writing a diary. As a result, our account that documents the life of marketers Holyun's activities in everyday life has about 1,300 followers who have been supporting the Rizio team for about a month now. Looking back on a year of faithfully implementing the workstation program, I think the Rizio team has gained a lot. The biggest achievement is the attention and support we've received through our documentation of our journey. As more people became interested in our story, they've come to believe in us and cheer us on even in the midst of difficulties, and that's priceless. Also, the experience of pitching at the workstation finals, which put a lot of work into, helped us to experience a bigger stage and grow. During various support programs, our pitching skills have also improved. In particular, when we had the opportunity to stand on the main stage of the Global Startup Festival Come Up Academy League held at Dongdaemun DDP in November of 2023, that indeed was a significant moment. Despite this being a really big event, we were able to successfully finish the pitch thanks to our previous pitching experiences. Recently, after showcasing our product at CES, the United States, we have been accelerating our efforts to prepare for funding to officially launch the product in Korea, and we are planned to expand our product lineup diversely in the future. And meanwhile, through immersing ourselves in the startup preparation process, we have gained the strength to maintain a long-term optimistic attitude and not give up when faced with challenging situations. The social values that the Rizio wants to create through problem solving are, first, there is an economic benefit. Users who previously had to pay much higher prices for eco-friendly toothbrushes can now enjoy a more affordable option with a satisfaction rating of 4.8 out of 5 for our prototype eco-friendly toothbrush. Additionally, we have increased satisfaction in terms of usability and design, and not just focus on eco-friendliness. By incorporating a replaceable but thin head structure, we have enhanced usability and design the body more aesthetically while considering dental hygiene. On the other hand, the Rizio toothbrush also offers various environmental benefits. If the entire population were to use our toothbrush, how much waste could we potentially reduce? With its compact replaceable head structure, which reduces waste by 92% with each replacement, if the entire population were to use Rizio toothbrushes, we could reduce approximately 39,506 tons of waste annually. Since the toothbrush handle is made from bio-based natural materials instead of plastic, the toothbrush would be broken down and decayed naturally. Thanks to Rizio's intuitive head replaceable design, some users have become more aware that frequent replacement of toothbrush heads is beneficial for oral hygiene. And I believe that we can also change people's perception with our toothbrush introduction. Rizio team aims to continue pursuing meaningful challenges, both big and small. We hope that these challenges, along with your support, will contribute to creating a new wave of positive change. Please continue to follow Rizio's journey. Join us in generating waves of meaningful change together with us. Thank you very much.
Okay, so we had an opportunity to take a look at two different teams that worked with IGEI on their projects. I think both were very, very interesting. So thank you for the great videos that discusses their special experiences. And I think what we want to take away here is the progress reports that they're talking about, how they did the surveys, how they kind of planned out the design, and then how they moved forward to actually get a tangible product in their hand. This was very interesting to see. So that concludes this session. I'd like to say thank you for joining us today in this session and the second day of GEEF 2024 in general. And I think we have one more session going on at the Centennial Hall, and that's going to be our last session. So once again, thank you very much. And this concludes all the sessions for Grand Ballroom A in GEEF 2024. Thank you.